Okay, you're now broadcasting.
Okay, well, I would like to welcome everyone to the Environmental Quality Commission September 16th meeting. It is a teleconference meeting with EQC members, city staff, and members of the public participating remotely to ensure proper social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. We're going to start with our roll call. So I would like to introduce both the staff and the members of the EQC who are present. I'm going to do it as a roll call, so I'm going to call everybody's name. So first I have Commissioner Gaylord.
Present.
Commissioner Cabot.
Present.
Vice Chair London. Commissioner Martin. Oh, he's not here.
Present.
Oh, you are here. Sorry. Then I was looking ahead. Commissioner Payne is not here. And I am Commissioner Price, so I am here. And then the staff present are Miss Rebecca Lucky, the Sustainability Manager.
Yes.
And then I believe we have two other staff members who probably won't show up on the screen, but they are here. So we have Miss Candace Almanthrall, sorry if I pronounce your name wrong, who's a sustainability contractor, and we have Mr. Clay Curtin, who is the public engagement manager. Rebecca, Ms. Lucky, would you please proceed to introduce the EQC and members of the public on how this meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Chair Price. So welcome everyone to the meeting of the EQC, and thank you for attending. At this time, we ask the members of the EQC to please remain on screen for the duration of the meeting. You will be able to control your own webcams and microphones. Staff will engage webcams and microphones to make presentations and respond to the members of the EQC. For members of the public who are in attendance and wish to provide public comment after the chair calls for public comment on the item you wish to speak on, please engage the raised hand feature that's near your name in the participants list. I will then have the ability to open your microphone and you can provide your public comment to the EQC. Please send me a message in chat if you're unable to locate the raised hand feature so I can help you beforehand. That concludes my instructions for the meeting, and I return the meeting to the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lucky. Do you know, Ms. Lucky, if we have any public comments for items on the consent calendar?
Let's see, let me check here. Sorry, my notes may have been a little bit rough there. So there's no consent item, but it's public comment. I don't see any raised hands.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. Okay, so if we don't have any public comment, and just as then we will move on to our regular business. So just so everybody knows, under regular business, what we do as the EQC is we consider providing advice to City Council on sustainability policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council's decision. So the first item we face under regular business is the approval of the August 19th, 2020 minutes, which are attached to the agenda. So I'm introducing the item. Are there any questions from EQC members before we ask for public comment on this item? Yes, Ms. Lucky.
I just have a clarification. So I did receive some minor corrections from Commissioner Cabot that I have corrected. It was just mainly some typos and the correction of the public comment speaker's name. And then I realized also Commissioner Payne was included as an attendee when he was not here last month due to his newborn baby. So I've updated the minutes as well to reflect that.
Thank you. So with the changes that Ms. Lucky talked about, does anybody else have a clarifying question before we ask for public comment? No. Okay. Rebecca, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, I do have a raised hand from Mr. Peter Edmonds. I'm going to allow your microphone to be turned on. You can go ahead and speak, Mr. Edmonds.
Thank you, Ms. Lucky. Good evening, Commissioners. I thank you for your brief attention, and I want first to acknowledge that I realize that my comments at the end of last month's meeting verged on the disrespectful as I resorted to the imperative mood in some of my comments at the end. This may happen again. I merely wanted to let you know that I recognize it, but I can apologize in advance if that happens, if that helps. Beyond that, I want to let you know that I submitted comments on items C2 and C3 to Ms. Lucky 26 hours ago for circulation to you, and I discovered an hour ago that Ms. Lucky declined to do that, and therefore I tried quickly to send them to you. I don't know whether you received them or not. That's an issue that could be taken up by anyone who is concerned about it.
I think we received them.
Yeah,
We did receive them, Mr. Edmonds. Mm-hmm.
Well, very
email.
good. Very good. Thank you. Thirdly, I'd like to refer to the minutes of the council meeting of May 14th a year ago, which is when the council made its final decision to support the to decline the appeal of appellants who were trying to protect the 7 redwood trees on El Camino Real. I'm bringing this up again because the council directed that the applicant fund the planting of 76 trees within the confines of Menlo Park, and gave the management of that project to Canopy. I'm asking if there has been a report recently, either from Canopy or from the city arborist, to inform EQC of the status of that replanting project. Naturally, as the last applicant left standing, I'm curious. And I feel that this is the appropriate forum to raise the question and ask if you know what's happening with that project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. And just as a reminder, we cannot comment on items that are not on the agenda. But if they're...
I know, but this is only a yes/no answer. And I'm sure that somebody on the commission knows the answer.
I have noted it in the public comments, so for the earlier part of our meeting, and I just want to make sure that that's noted. It will be in the minutes.
I think we could also bring this up later in future agendized items, because I've actually asked previously to have that report to us. So I would actually like to see that as well. So we will agendize that when it comes to future topics, if we could.
I believe it's actually already on the plan to come back with the report. That's my understanding. Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
I'm sorry, there are no other public comments.
That's okay. So at this time, we can turn the action or the item C1 over to the EQC for discussion. So just as a reminder, this is the item to approve the August 19th meeting minutes with the changes that Ms. Lucky noted at the beginning of this agenda item. Yes, Tom?
I'd like to move approval of the minutes.
I'll second. No.
So motion put
Aye.
forward by Commissioner Cabot, motion seconded at the same time by Commissioners Martin and Gaylord.
Safe.
I'm not sure who.
Josie can go.
And-
It's fine. She can claim it.
And all those, we have to vote by roll call. So Ms. Lucky, do you want to call the vote?
Yes. So the motion is to approve the minutes as per the amendment from Commissioner Cabot and myself recognizing the absence of Commissioner Payne.
Correct.
Do you approve, Commissioner Cabot?
I approve.
Commissioner Price?
I approve.
Commissioner Martin?
I approve.
Commissioner London?
Yes.
Commissioner Gillard?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay.
Honey.
Motion passed. So now we are looking at agenda item C2. This item is to review and discuss the electric vehicle charging gap analysis for multifamily properties and propose next steps, which was an attachment in the agenda. So I'd like to introduce the sustainability contractor staff member, Candace Almendrall. And if you want to correct me, I would love to know how to correctly pronounce your name.
No, that's great. It's phonetic. You got it.
Oh, okay. Great.
Hi, commissioners.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Bear with me while I get my
Yeah.
screen set up.
Perfect.
Can you just verify that you can see that screen, please?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So under the direction of the Sustainability Division, an electrical vehicle charging gap analysis was performed. And just to kind of give you some context, I know you know this because these are your tremendous actions, but in July 2020, City Council adopted the goal to become zero carbon by 2030.
Hey,
This-
Candace, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you make it full screens?
Sorry about
I have
that.
2 screens going and neither is big enough for me to see it.
One sec.
Thank you.
Let me attempt to. I'm going to mute myself. Please bear with me. I apologize.
I think it could work in slide presentation mode, maybe? That might blow it up.
The slideshow, the
Yeah, as
ribbon.
long as you can see your speaking notes.
So I see a slideshow icon to the bottom right of your screen by the little slider bar, a little thing that looks like a screen.
Sorry for this technical difficulty. I'm not sure why I'm having trouble making this full screen.
No
And I
problem.
apologize. Let me try one more thing. Please bear with me. I apologize again.
Okay, and if not, I'll just, at the next break, I'll go get my glasses. Oh
There you
yeah,
go.
so much better. Thank you.
Did that work?
Yeah.
Okay. So I can't see any of you and I can't see what you're seeing. So I'm just counting on the fact that you can see very well. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. So like I was saying, an electrical vehicle charging gap analysis was performed, and just to kind of give you guys some background, and I know that you know this because this was your tremendous action. But In July 2020, the city adopted the goal to become zero carbon by 2030. This will require a 90% reduction. That's a reduction of 314,000 tons of carbon. And while most recent data shows that emissions community-wide have decreased from 2005 to 2017 by 18%, transportation emissions have increased by 21%, or sorry, by 53%, 21,000 tons. So they're up to 158,000 tons. And of course, this is recognized by the Environmental Quality Commission Subcommittee, and they included transportation emission reduction strategies. Strategy number 2, increase vehicle sales and correspondingly decrease gasoline sales. Strategy number 3, which this specific gap analysis speaks to, is expand the access to electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And sorry, I just realized I turned my camera and you might be staring at my husband. Strategy number 4 is reduce vehicle miles traveled overall by 25%. So the strategy number 3 is bolded because this is what this gap analysis is speaking to directly. However, without addressing strategy number 3, the full implementation of strategy number 2, the increase of vehicle sales, will not occur, will likely not occur. And then strategy number 4, the reduction of vehicle miles traveled, unless the expansion of electric vehicle charging infrastructure is very thoughtful and planned, we're just shifting, we run the risk of shifting miles from gasoline traveled miles to just electric miles, and we're not achieving a reduction there either. So when assessing the gap in existing electric vehicle infrastructure, we do have to absolutely peer through the lens of access and equity. And the first kind of step to that was assessing consumer charging preferences. The city can't really necessarily impact the cost, the upfront cost purchase price of electric vehicles, nor the range, like battery innovation. So something that we can address and a barrier that we can help to remove is the access to charging. So again, we started with looking at consumer charging preferences, identifying the 4 major areas where charging occurs. The most common, obviously, is at or near residence. And I think that, again, speaks to the convenience. And second is followed by work, but it should be noted that that 15 to 25% of charging events is for drivers that commute and does not take into account drivers that may have an electric vehicle and access to charging at home, but choose to travel by train or bicycle or other multimodal transportation options. And then public and destination charging, the last 2 categories, are largely perceived by the consumer base, public at large, as like emergency charging. It's nice to have when you're out and about, but it's not identified as a primary charging strategy. So again, talking access and equity, we have to talk about the time that it takes to charge a vehicle and what it costs. Just kind of a quick breakdown, high level. These are kind of estimates based on PCE's electric vehicle customer price rate, electricity rates, and EVgo's fast pass charging rates. So just from 0 to kind of 80%, it was just estimates to give you an idea that in most cases, public charging can be more than double the price than at-home charging. And multifamily residents don't necessarily have the same ability to take advantage of those time of use or specialized electricity rates like the electric vehicle electricity rates that are available to single family residents. So the cost of ownership for multifamily residents is higher, so that's an additional barrier in addition to the initial purchase price, which is, the cost parity with ICE internal combustion engine gasoline powered vehicles is coming closer, but it still costs more, so that the total cost of ownership is still a big purchasing factor. Also, just to kind of draw a line under the fastest charging, DC fast charging is still a significant time investment. From 0 to 80% or 0 to what is considered full, it's an investment of upwards of 45 minutes, depending on your car's acceptance rate. And for people who are reliant on that style of charging or that as a main charging strategy, that is a definite consideration when considering, or a definite large consideration when looking to purchase a new vehicle. So these kind of the consumer preferences, the additional time and cost kind of allowed us to shift our focus from a community-wide gap analysis, including commercial properties, to really kind of zero in and look at multifamily properties. And you might be thinking, like, why focus on multifamily properties? Multifamily properties kind of represent approximately 40% of the housing stock, depending on whether you count the condominiums in the city limits, which means approximately 40% of the population have to come up, may not necessarily have access to at or near home charging, the convenient at or near home charging. So they have to come up with kind of creative strategies to charge so that they can purchase an electric vehicle. I mean, this is reinforced by the Clean Vehicle Rebate Project's data, which shows that less than 14% of San Mateo County residents that have purchased or leased a plug-in electric vehicle have identified living in a multifamily property. So we have to capture 40% of our population to, again, achieve those really deep reductions that are necessary to hit that 2030 carbon neutral goal. And UC Davis study that we found during our literature review identified home or at or near home charging as the most influential charging location to encourage the purchase of a plug-in electric vehicle. So the shift of the gap analysis was really kind of prioritizing and assessing on-site or near home charging for multifamily properties, again, because it's convenient, and convenient is going to be one of the main ways that we capture the early majority and really shift from the early adopters to the early majority in this adoption curve. Reliable, especially in these unsure times with orange skies and rolling blackouts, access to reliable charging is really important. And if we create a situation where we're driving people to charge outside of the home, I know we're all too young to remember, but in the 70s, there was lines around the block because of gas shortages, and that doesn't give people the confidence to switch over to a quote unquote new technology. I realize electric vehicles have been around since the turn of the last century, but they are still perceived as really kind of new, nascent, or potentially unreliable. And then again, it's the cost. Multifamily residents may represent a larger percent of low or budget constrained community members because of the nature of like the demographics of the rental market, who might be committed early adopters who are forced to kind of select a model that has a shorter range or limited range because it's more in their price point, which will result in a need to charge more often, which can increase the total cost of ownership and really kind of impact those community members like the most. So access to charging is definitely a major factor for transitioning from diesel to gasoline and making that big jump. And we're really trying to approach it from the most equitable standpoint to make sure that the multifamily residents were as empowered as a single family home resident to feel confident in a plug-in electric vehicle purchase. And I can't say it enough without capturing approximately 40% of the city's population and empowering them to make that transition from gasoline and diesel powered vehicles to a zero emissions vehicle. There is no way that I can see that we'll be able to achieve zero carbon by 2030. and in addition to that, the other strategies to address transportation emissions, increasing electric vehicles and correspondingly decreasing the gasoline sales and reducing VMT, unless the electric vehicle infrastructure is expanded thoughtfully and very strategically, I cannot see a way to achieve either of those without a full and thoughtful implementation of strategy 3.
Candace, thank you. I think we may have a clarifying question from Commissioner Martin.
Please.
I think you're, Commissioner Martin, you are muted.
Hi, is that better? Can you hear me now? Yeah, it was just a clarifying question about cost of ownership. My understanding with multi-family units is that if they're charging more frequently, let's say you can say, I think the electrical bill is kind of spread out through all residents. They don't get an individual kind of bill. So feasibly, it's kind of the entire building that takes on the cost, if you will, of the vehicle charging. I don't think it gets down to the individual person. So like, even if they're charging multiple times because they have a lower version or whatever you said, I just don't think that they would see the cost difference that much on their particular bill, because I think it gets spread amongst the community. Maybe others know this, but that's what I'm used to seeing.
So just 2 quick points to that. One, depending on how your building is metered, you might have shared electricity costs in a multifamily dwelling. Not necessary. It's not always the case, but it's sometimes the case. And in older buildings, it's mostly the case. And when I talk about increased cost of ownership for multifamily, that's the increased cost for not only having no or very little charging at home, which is cheaper, but having to go to public charging more often. So not only is it more expensive, but it's compounded because you have to go more often to charge more frequently. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just know from, living in several apartments, that it's sort of more of a shared cost. So I think in that sense, it would, for a vast amount of people, I don't think they would see a big difference with but I get what you're saying. So thanks for that clarification.
Sure. I mean,
yeah, and maybe I'll just throw in there too, Deb, what I'm hearing is that in that situation, some of those multifamily folks just aren't allowed to charge. Like, they aren't allowed to use the general building count. So that's another barrier.
Yeah. Thank you, Josie. Sorry, Commissioner Gaillard. That is exactly correct. So are there any other clarifying questions? Sorry.
Sorry, it's Commissioner London. Since I had a link to share, I just put it in the chat. But anyway, and you may be about to present this, but I just wanted to note that I think it was today, Peninsula Clean Energy came out with $28 million worth of funding for EV charging infrastructure, including multi-unit dwellings.
Dang it, that is in my presentation.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to spoil your surprise. Darn it, forget what I said.
No, it's okay. That's great news. And yes, thank you, Commissioner London. Anything else? So I just wanted to kind of talk through the results of the geospatial analysis of the existing infrastructure to understand how much infrastructure is in the city of Menlo Park and available to existing multifamily units. I got all of the data layers from the city's geographic information system, the city's GIS, and I parsed them out by building type. So that's a map layer. It's actually 3 map layers. Sorry for the technicolored map. Actually, I'm going to give you the bigger map because I know that's very small. So this is the Google map that I produced.
Okay, and sorry, the multifamily properties are ones that do not have EV charging, and then the next set of data is where there is EV charging?
I'm gonna just kind of walk you through what this map shows, and then hopefully that answers your question, because I think I understand, but I want to make sure.
Okay, thanks.
And so can you just confirm that you can see this kind of larger Google map?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Okay.
Yes.
So again, I apologize for the Technicolor map. I don't know if you got a chance to take in the key that I provided on the previous slide before I jumped over to this dynamic map. But like I said, I got the living unit information directly from the city, which is available in the Great Geographic Information System. I separated each record by building type because there are constraints to how many data layers you can upload to Google Maps. I kind of grouped them together. So we have the owner-occupied residential condo, the non-owner occupied residential condo, to kind of, again, be representative of kind of the rental population. Duplex, triplex, and fourplexes, buildings from 5 to 49 units, and buildings that are 50 plus. And I'm take those down so that we can see the existing infrastructure. Okay, and to, I'm gonna zoom in, sorry if it's really fast. To identify kind of existing electric vehicle infrastructure, I downloaded the geospatial information from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, which is the laboratory for the US Department of Energy. And I got information about all public charging reported to them and all private charging reported to them as well. And then I went through and identified each public charging station by type. The lighter green is other municipalities or jurisdictions, counties, and other cities. The darker green is City of Menlo Park, and so on. I'm not going to bore you with all the categories that I came up with, just so that I could understand the accessibility, because public charging stations might be open to the public, but they might have limited access or other restrictions. So then and I'm going to activate these data layers. And again, I apologize for the Technicolor map. I know it's a lot of data. So then I kind of separated the map into 7 map areas to examine or analyze more closely and actually make it so that I could handle that amount of data. And I tried to kind of mimic and mirror district lines. So Bellhaven was one area of study. The Willows and Vintage Oaks. We have, and I'm going to zoom in here for you. We have Linfield Oaks. We have District 3 west of Linfield Oaks. We have downtown, which includes this really big group of multifamily residential dwellings. We have Allied Arts, and then down here we have Sharon Heights. So I went through by area, and then I basically hand counted, well, it was all an Excel spreadsheet so that it could keep me honest, but I hand counted all of the charging in the map area that I've designated. And then I counted the spaces that were adjacent to electric vehicle charging that was within 0.25 miles, which was designated an area of convenience. It is walkable, less than 10 minutes, so that was deemed as convenient for the average consumer. So that's kind of the methodology of the geospatial analysis. As you can see, there's a lot of electric vehicle charging categories with kind of their own special restrictions to access. So
Candace, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So private, I can imagine that meaning like it's owned by a hotel and available to their, to their customers, or.
Interestingly enough, that's limited access, but private.
That's limited access. Okay.
Yeah. So private is like, let's see, down here. Let me bring the map back down. Down here, for example, this light purple is a private. That is the U.S. Department of Energy, and they have restricted access to their parking lot. So limited access usually is a catch-all for charging that's in public parking lots that may have additional access requirements, like only available for customers or only available certain times, like Facebook is only available 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Okay. I guess what I'm wondering is if like my charger wouldn't show up in this data, and then
Right.
similarly, like if I owned a condo and had charging, it wouldn't necessarily show up here. Meaning like there might be more chargers out there that this data isn't aware of, doesn't
It's
include.
possible, and it definitely won't show level 1 charging because that's just access to an everyday household outlet. So, I mean, there definitely can be more charging. I think what this map does show well is that more plugs isn't necessarily better, because if you look at the number of charging that is near, quote unquote, to Menlo Park, there's a high number. I think it's over 400 ports are in or near Menlo Park. However, sorry, I'm going to skip ahead to my next slide. If you look at what that means for the multifamily property owner, those more ports aren't necessarily better. More ports doesn't mean necessarily better access or equitable access for multifamily residents. And you're completely correct. If you're a condo owner, and this isn't the case for all condos, but if you're a condo owner or a duplex residence that has access to a garage that has a charging point, and you've elected to install a level 2, which you may or may not have, that wouldn't show up on this. But I also would state that you might not be sharing with your neighbor either, or neighbors who may not have that same access.
May I ask a question?
Absolutely, please.
Did you at all look at where there might be curbside options to add like public charging?
I have a list of all the overnight parking permit areas, which would probably be a place to start. It depends on what kind of charging were to be installed, but curbside charging is definitely, curbside charging in the public right of ways is something that has been earmarked as an option for presentation to the city council to see if they'd like to explore that option. But it's definitely something that's on the table, and there are other municipalities that have a range of implementation strategies for that. I can think of at least 3 that are different enough that might fit for Menlo Park.
Okay.
I just want to be mindful of the time in our
Sorry.
agenda. And no, it's okay. Everybody's really enthusiastic, which is great. I just want to throw out there the possibility of moving forward.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. So I aggregated the hard counts by building type, which again is owner-occupied condo, non-owner occupied condo, duplex, triplex, fourplex, and so on. And just to kind of give you a representation of where we are, less than 1% of multifamily residents have access to on-site charging using this public charging data available from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and less than 2.5% have access to unrestricted access to public charging, convenient access to public charging, which is classified as less than 0.25 miles. I also, like I said, I did this geospatial analysis by map area, and this could be useful when we look at thoughtful implementation, like prioritizing specific areas for charging, although all areas probably aren't doing so great. Again, it's less than 1% citywide to have on-site, but Sharon Heights doing pretty good. They have 3% of their multifamily residents have access to on-site charging. Yeah.
Candace, I know that, for example, on the city campus, the city facilities, that we actually have public charging, which that would be Linfield Oaks. So
Yes.
I guess that's just, it didn't show up in the
So that
NREL report.
was actually captured because of its distance to So sorry, I'm gonna jump back over to this just so you can see how they break down. Let me zoom in. So Linfield Oaks is here. And the public charging serviced this area more conveniently. Like I think the 0.25 mile includes, yeah, so it's out of that range. So it was included in the west of Linfield Oaks and, sorry.
Yeah, I just noticed on that slide you were showing us that it said Linfield Oaks 0.
Right, so that public charging would be, sorry, how do I go back? Oh, crap. Sorry, I didn't mean to. So that charging space, is actually captured in the District 3 west of Linfield Oaks numbers and percentage, because it's outside the area of convenience, the 0.25 miles.
Okay.
Multifamily in the Linfield Oaks area.
Okay.
So it is captured, it's just, it doesn't seem like it's supposed to be where it is, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, great. And to just to be full disclosure, I only included the ports that are readily accessible, unrestricted access to the public. There are 2 ports that are designated for city use only at this time.
Candace, I'm trying to understand that table a little better. So the number 76 was in that that area, which was, say, west of Linfield Oaks. And 76, the units on 76, is that 76 housing units or 76 chargers?
Sorry, I was trying to skip ahead to that. That's 76 ports.
Ports, okay. So
if it's a dual head, that would be both ports. They would be counted separately.
Okay, so maybe what's happening is the cities, municipal ports that are available to the public are some of the 72 in that cell.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Sorry, I'm trying to be mindful of time, so I'm gonna push if that's okay with everybody. So just to kind of overview, to get kind of broad strokes and an impression of property managers' perceived barriers to installation on site, we did a small phone survey. So multifamily properties ranging inside from 5 to 400 units were contacted, with properties 15 units or greater responding in the highest number. Survey respondents kind of affirmed staff identified barriers, and this makes sense because of the electric vehicle code that was approved in 2018, and the staff was community development. The staff lead was community development at that time. So cost, the installation cost is pretty significant. There's a perceived lack of demand because tenants don't ask for charging unless they're prospective tenants or early adopters like myself who have committed to buying an electric car and figuring out how to charge it no matter what. There's also a really large concern about parking ratios, especially since Menlo Park is an older community that has kind of limited parking.
Candace, did anybody you interview say that, I know you said in the report that they all said they were not thinking about it and not in the process of installing it, but did any of the 15 people you talked to say they actually had it on site, or everyone said no, they didn't have it on site?
So I as part of the geospatial analysis, I identified sites that didn't have charging, and I wanted to know what was keeping them from having charging. So if I was able to confirm they had charging, I didn't contact them. So it was really a question of, I see you don't have charging, what's the reason and how can we get you there?
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, unfortunately no one I talked to had charging on site. So then the conversation became, are you planning it? What's your timeline? What do you need to get there? Okay. So next steps, we really want to take advantage of the upcoming funding. Like Commissioner London mentioned, Peninsula Clean Energy Their funding rollout, they just announced, sent the email today that their program launch is going to be December 16th of this year. So that's $24 million in project incentives. They're targeting level 2 and DC fast charging, but also level 1. So just the installation of plugs to try and just get anybody access to charging. And I've spoken with staff at the Bay Area Quality Management District and BACMed. I mean, they've already identified this program as a 2021 policy for consideration, but when I spoke to the staff, they're like, yeah, we got money for that. We're definitely doing that. So we can look forward to more funds coming out in 2021, probably around the fiscal year time, around June. So we're in a good position to really kind of move forward quickly and help empower our multifamily residents to get there faster. So kind of the strategy, once we identified this gap and this need for multifamily residential charging, is to use policy to drive these property owners who maybe aren't considering it and don't want to go through the hassle and or financial burden to take advantage of as much incentives that are available as quickly as possible. PCE has a 4-year spend down plan, but also help fill the financing gap to cover the cost to owner that is not covered by current funding. And those cost estimates are from Cali VIP, and it's based on the projects that they've done thus far. And that's the major kind of funding mechanism that PCE is dispensing. So, I mean, it's still a pretty significant cost to owners after incentive.
That's what I was going to ask. That one clarifying question is, what is the maintenance cost after and so we're talking about the incentives for an installation cost, but what is the sort of lifetime cost associated with an installation? Do we know?
You know, that's an excellent point, and I will look into the owner and maintenance and operation costs and the kind of approximate lifetime. I can assume it's about 10 years, and get back to you on that.
Okay. And that, do you know, do we know if the funding for the lifetime value costs would be included in any of the funding incentives that exist, or is that it's all installation based? Okay.
Which is probably why I didn't think of it until you said it, and I was like, darn, that's a really good point. Okay. So that's kind of.
So I can, sorry to interrupt, but I can chime in a little bit too. I mean, we at the city have our charging stations and we have O&M cost, and it's usually included when we were looking at the fee structure potentially to charge the public. It did include the O&M of it, and it was in the way it works. It's usually I mean, we've got 4 public charging stations plus the ones that are for the city, so another 2. And it was around $7,000 to have a 3-year O&M agreement with it. But again, it can be charged back to customers to try to recoup those costs as well. But so I think Candace is getting to the point too of, you know, how do we look at all of these costs and really try to nail down, you know, what's the convenience factor, what is the differentiating cost between the fast chargers and then charging at multifamily units? What would be that impact? Is there going to be a big difference?
Candace, I have another question.
Sure.
For the PCE program, have they identified what maybe you said this already, what the rebate will be for each of the levels?
So they're giving us high level program information. So they give us the best case scenario, which is up to 75% of installation costs, but that's necessarily, that's not respective to the total project costs necessarily.
If you guys click the link that I shared in the chat, they have a chart, and in a lot of cases, it's up to the entire cost of the whole thing. So it can be pretty generous, it looks like to me anyway. And I would just point out that a cool aspect of this, well, okay, so one thing is for the maintenance, operation and maintenance, I think it might vary based on whether it's a smart charger that can take credit cards and do all that sort of thing, or a dumb charger that just feeds, you know, power to whoever plugs it in. And like a level 1, you know, dumb charger is not going to be, that's just a plug, so that's not going to have any more. And then I also wanted to point out the very coolest feature I thought about it was that a tenant can apply on behalf of their landlord, so they can like start the process going. by just filling out the form, and then Peninsula Clean Energy will contact the landlord and say, hey, your tenant actually really wants this and there's all this money for it, you know, how about it?
Yeah. That's really exciting and empowering for the multifamily residents. They can submit a letter of interest. And I really appreciate PC taking that step.
One other clarifying question. Will it be structured as a rebate or a grant?
A rebate.
Rebate,
But I
okay.
understand it's a rebate.
Okay.
But they are working closely with approved or verified, I'm not sure what the term they're using is, contractors that will stagger their payments to align with when the rebate funds would be released, so that the property owner wouldn't be necessarily on the hook for the money up front or a large balloon payment. That's how they've structured it from their past experience doing programs like this, I'm sure. So that's kind of the strategy, is to drive people to the money and help fill those financing gaps, because it's not always going to be 100% for all projects or potential projects. So kind of some policy options that shook out for presentation to the City Council for more explanation, or sorry, for direction to explore more deeply, sorry. Kind of 5 shook out during the gap analysis, which is require a percentage of plug-in electric vehicle charging spaces at existing multifamily properties. This would be similar to the current building code that requires all spaces have the capacity to support electric vehicle charging, but 15% has to be installed by the time the authorization for occupancy is issued. Another strategy would be allow the private installation of plug-in electric vehicles in the public right-of-way adjacent to existing multifamilies. So this, Commissioner London speaks to kind of the idea that you floated of curbside charging and just making that accessible to them so that they can tap into their own electricity. Similar to, I'm not sure if you guys have been downtown recently, but 1010 Alma, that property owner kind of did that strategy. Require existing private and limited access. So private would be the restricted parking like the U.S. Department of Energy, or limited access would be like hotels and things like that, located within that area of convenience, that 0.25 miles of existing multifamily properties, be readily available, including overnight parking, because those limited access, like at car dealerships, close when the business stops operating. Require all publicly accessible privately owned parking lots. I'm not sure how many are in the city of Menlo Park, but requiring all publicly accessible privately owned parking lot and garages within the designated area of convenience to install plug-in electric vehicle charging spaces. And then the last one that kind of was probably the first one when we were doing this gap analysis was aggressively expand city-owned and operated electric vehicle charging infrastructure for public use, obviously prioritizing within that area of convenience for multifamily properties. And I say aggressively because it would take a big lift from the city and a large commitment to really kind of service and fill that gap wholly by the city. Okay. So we're turning to you for advice. We are going to be presenting the results of this gap analysis to City Council to explore the policy options presented tentatively on October 13th. If City Council provides the direction for exploring any, all, or none of these policies, and they come up with their own, a more robust and in-depth analysis will occur, and that will identify the maintenance and operation costs, the benefit, available funding in those gaps, risks like rent price impacts, and then of course, a robust public engagement process. So you guys may desire to provide the City Council with advice using the following questions. Do you support the problem statement that on-site charging at existing multifamily properties is a necessity? Do you support the next steps? Do you have any other advice? Any other questions or clarifications? Would you like me to go back to any of the slides?
Do we have any clarifying questions before we move to a discussion?
It's like Tom does.
So Candace, can you go to slide 19?
Of course.
All right, so just to make sure I understand the bullet at the top, require all publicly accessible privately owned parking lots within the quarter mile
Mhm.
to install electric vehicle charging spaces. So
Mhm.
for example, that would be in church parking lots near multifamily buildings.
It could potentially, yes. That could be a potential site. It could also be grocery stores or again, I don't know how many pay lots the city of Menlo Park does. Unfortunately, I didn't explore this option very deeply, but pay lots and things like that.
And schools?
Yeah, schools could definitely be captured and included in this option. Although schools run the line of, is that privately owned kind of gray area. So it might need to be worded slightly differently.
And when it says spaces, sorry, Tom, I'm hijacking your questions, but what spaces means just like some number that we're not sure of?
Right, it would be a percentage. It would probably be structured similar. I envision it being structured similar, or the exploration of this option being structured similar to the existing building code, which was 15% installed, but all spaces electrified. So some kind of area within there.
I would just add, as just a follow-up to Candace's presentation, that, you know, looking at each of these different options, it could be a combination, doesn't necessarily have to be one. I think what we're realizing is that, you know, we can't, the gap is very big, and to kind of put all that onus on the property owners or all the onus on the city, you know, it's really going to be probably likely a collaborative effort. And particularly with the city owned and public rights of way, there are a lot of very sticky issues that are involved with that, as looking at overnight parking, policies, and just who's operating and maintaining those infrastructure, and who's going to be responsible for it. And it's just, you know, it always begs that question. You know, the first question we're trying to ask is, you know, is government intervention warranted here, right? Is there a problem that the free market is not solving, to where, you know, there's these incentives available. We know the barriers for consumers to purchase electric vehicles, and how can we intervene to make that gap close? So I just want to point out there's still a lot of analysis that needs to go into each of these strategies to really understand their impacts and the legality of them in some cases.
Yeah. And with the public rights of way, I would just like to acknowledge that there would be discussions of trade-offs for other multimodal transportation options, which need to be considered, because in the hierarchy of transportation reduction strategies, reduce VMTs is the highest, right? And then everything else adds to that.
Are there other clarifying questions?
Looks like Commissioner London has something to say.
Yes.
Oh,
I
go
was
ahead.
just
Sorry, I
wondering-
can't see everybody.
Okay, oh, sorry. Candace, this was an excellent presentation.
Oh,
and,
thank you.
I thank you for that. And I know you guys have been working on this for a long time, because I've been kind of keeping tabs. So I know it's been the product of a lot of work. I just wondered if, like, I feel like we shouldn't have to invent the wheel on this, or reinvent the wheel. There's got to be a lot of cities that have kind of looked at what is the most, you know, the best option that enables the most people to adopt electric vehicles or whatever. So I just wonder if you stumbled across any of that in your research, or maybe it is too new and people haven't really looked at it.
Well, what I found when I was doing this gap analysis, especially when the focus started to shift to servicing multifamily residents and really empowering that demographic of consumer to make the switch, that the approach, especially for public funding mechanisms, has been to expand commercial charging and charging in areas that would service all residents regardless. So cities, aside from Berkeley and their curbside right-of-way charging policy, which is a necessity because of the lack of driveway. I don't know that any city is attacking multifamily residential charging the way that I think that we should to achieve.
It's tough being the leader, but somebody's got to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've seen cities doing it, you know, like Sunnyvale right now is in the process of discussing it for new construction, but I haven't seen other cities doing it for existing yet.
Yeah, we've already ticked that box, and if we're going to get to that 2030 goal, we got to push and hit
Yeah.
those existing.
I like the way you're.
Before we transition to discussion, we would take public comment. So I just want to make sure if there are any other clarifying questions on the presentation before we move to public comment. I can't see everybody, so sorry if I don't see you raising your hand. But I'm going to take the silence as an indication that there are not clarifying questions. So Ms. Lucky, do we have any public comments?
And you're muted, Rebecca.
Okay. So just a reminder for anybody that wishes to speak on this agenda item who are in attendance and wish to provide public comment, please engage the raised hand feature, which is next to your name in the participants list, and I will have the ability to open your microphone, and then you can provide your public comment to the EQC. I have three hands raised, and the first will be Bridget Roberts, and I'm going to unmute you now. You should be able to go ahead.
Hello, this is Bridget Roberts. I'm chair of Parents for Safe Routes in Menlo Park. I have two questions. The first being, are there any members of the EQC that are residents of the Bellhaven neighborhood? And the second question is, how can residents, low-income residents, engage in the EQC program when they have difficulty providing meals for their families and their children, especially during this time? Thank you.
I can answer the first question, just to be clear. So we do have a member from the Bellhaven community, but he is absent from the meeting today because he recently had a child. So he's not here. And before I move on, I just want to make sure we understand the question around participating with the EQC program. I would be happy to give more time just to make sure we understand the question. I personally didn't understand it. I don't know if others did.
Yeah, I guess I was a little unclear. I think I figured it out by the end, but I think, are you asking, Bridget, specifically about this EV charging gap analysis that was done?
I'm asking about the EV charging gap analysis, and if the expectation is for members of a low-income community to participate, and the expectation would be for them to move towards electric vehicles, maybe an expense that's not possible. How are they going to be able to participate in something that's going to require a large cost at the outset that's might be out of reach?
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
If I understand right, what we're looking at right now is kind of the pool of people in Menlo Park who drive private vehicles. It's not the entire pool of people in Menlo Park. And so it's starting with people who would drive a car and seeing if we can figure out how we can encourage them not to drive a gas car by offering an option to charge. I will say that as far as incentive programs, there are currently, I believe, California incentive programs that will give as much as $5,000 off of a used EV to a qualifying applicant, as well as free installation of EV charging. And so given that a lot of used EVs are out there right now for maybe $5,000 or $6,000, that could be a $1,000 vehicle that you then get to save. Like if you're low income, you're also saving on your electric rates. So your fueling will be way cheaper than if you drove a gas car to start.
And the costs we've been discussing today are specific to the installation charges. And with the Peninsula Clean Energy, the conversation we're having is around how to create more charging opportunities for people who live in multifamily homes. So we haven't talked a lot about access to individual vehicles. Instead, we've been focused on the charging capacity in multifamily home locations in Menlo Park. Okay, sorry, back to you, Rebecca. I believe we have a couple of other public commenters.
Yes, so the next speaker will be Peter Edmonds. I have unmuted your microphone and you should be able to speak. Oh no, it looks like you're still muted.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I was also very impressed by the amount of information that was presented in the report, and the amount of work that went into analyzing it in a way that's comprehensible. It did seem to me, however, that there is one huge factor which Brigitte has just touched on, which was not addressed in the report, and that is, in broadly speaking, in relation to the significant fraction of residents in multifamily structures who have many other priorities for any surplus income that they may acquire, which would come before buying an electric vehicle. Educating their children, for example. And so it seems to me that there ought to be a tabulation in the report which compares the average family income in multifamily residences with those in single family homes. And I think the difference would be striking in many cases, not including privately owned condominiums, for example, but in the multifamily residences with larger numbers of units. So the point is simply that electric vehicles are expensive, at least when new, and I'm not really familiar with the second-hand market. It's not very, very large yet. And for a given amount of vehicle capacity and usefulness, gasoline-powered cars are still cheaper, I think, than electric vehicles. So I'm concerned that if all of these actions which are proposed are implemented, then the outcome might be less satisfying than you anticipate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Emmons. We appreciate your comment. I think we have one more public commenter.
Yes, we do. Let me get my controls back here. The next public speaker or commenter will be Bruce Nigel.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. I want to thank the committee for a lot of work that went into this. There's obviously a lot of thought that went into it. One of the things that I think that should be thought of as the start of a journey, and then we're near the end, and we've got a lot to do between now and 2030. And I would think that the thing that we probably need to do next is to plot the situations out and say, you know, if we were going to do this, this is how much it would cost. so we can start to do an analysis of which of the things may be most effective when they're late. So it's great this was done. There are many more questions to be asked to get to the bottom of things, and some will be easy to answer and some won't. But we do need to figure out how to do this, because the only way we're going to get to having zero pollution vehicles is to make them electric. So this is a key part of this. The other thing, which is kind of counterintuitive, but we have to figure out, what to do is that focusing on the multifamily housing is important, because of the fact that it addresses where most of the growth is going to happen in any new housing that goes up. I mean, I can't imagine there's any more lots that are available for single family housing. But the other part of the coin is that there at least ought to be programs that allow the people that have garages and single family homes to make sure that they get electric cars as well. And their expenses will be higher because of the fact that they don't need as much money for making this work. But we need to make sure that that's part of the program, I think, in order to drive this thing to completion, because we've only got 10 years to fix this problem, and that's not a lot of time. Thanks again for all the work that you guys put into this, and I'm hoping that there'll be some kind of forum on an ongoing basis to keep moving this forward, because it's a key issue, and we in the sustainability community need to support Menlo Park and being the most ambitious out there, and figure out how to make it happen, because the problems that you run into will be the ones we can solve and will help everybody else. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nigel. We appreciate your comment. Are there any other public comments?
I believe that is the end of the public comments.
Okay. That being the case, we can now move to discussion of item C2, this item. Does somebody want to open the discussion? Go ahead, Janelle.
Sure. Again, thanks, Candace. This was amazing. And I just wanted to clarify, just based on some of the questions, that will this program take away funds that we were otherwise going to be allocating to low-income people who do not drive vehicles because they can't afford them?
Sorry, just to make sure I understand the question, are you talking about city-specific programs that were designed to support low-income residents, or are you talking about the low-income specific programs that may be available from PCE or Bay Area Air Quality Management District?
I think I'm just talking about Menlo Park programs. So we are looking at a Menlo Park solution right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the solution, as I understand it, is not a solution for people who do not drive a car or cannot afford to buy a car.
Right.
It's a solution for people who currently drive a car, and we want to enable them to drive a car that doesn't use gasoline. So again, in our quest to reduce gasoline use, we're looking at the kind of subset of gasoline users and trying to see how can we get them to not use gasoline. But I just felt like there was a sense from the questions that we should be using funds to help people who don't have cars to afford a car. And I just wanted to, I feel like there might be a bright line between, like, that's kind of not what we're addressing right now. And I just wanted to make sure that this is not like, oh, we have a pot of money, we can either give it to the poorest people to get them into private vehicles, which would be, a laudable goal, or we can use it for this. My understanding is that is not the question before us. Is that correct?
Right. That's not the question I was kind of trying to answer with this analysis. That wasn't the problem statement. It's more, I was approaching it of, if you're a multifamily resident, how do we remove the barrier to access of charging as an excuse to not purchase an electric vehicle? Because not everyone can afford a car in general, but there are multifamily and rental residents that can afford an electric vehicle that choose not to purchase one because of access to charging.
Yeah. Okay.
And kind of an extension of that is, hopefully, eventually, especially with zero carbon by 2030, the secondary market, like you mentioned, will be robust enough to support entrance to the electric vehicle market at any price point. And we could definitely, I mean, I have done all the research and we can discuss cost parity with ICE vehicles all day long. But I mean, we're moving towards that. Will all residents be able to buy an electric car tomorrow? I don't think that's the question that we're addressing, but it's definitely something that we want to make sure that when they're able and empowered to purchase a vehicle, that they have the option of electric.
Thank you.
I think I had my hand up first. I mean, I just wanted to say that I think the reason that question came up so much tonight is because in your earlier slide, when we were showing strategies, you're focusing on strategy 2, but the one before that was talking about, I can't remember the wording of it now, but that whole concept of getting
increasing electric vehicle
EV and sort of getting rid of gas cars. So however it's written, but that's kind of what triggered in my mind those questions from the public, because that is something we've still put out there, and it's a very valid concern. But for today, I thought maybe what would be helpful for the discussion is I wouldn't mind seeing all of those options once again, so we can discuss it. Because I know for me, when I looked at all of those, my feeling about it is that the best option, I know we need to kind of maybe do a multi-pronged approach, but the one that strikes me as the highest priority is trying to get AV stations at the actual multifamily unit itself. I know that we have that for any new buildings going into place. We require so many spots. So I think it's just that we never went back to the sort of, now what do we do with the ones that are existing? And I do realize that's a cost to the owner, but with the rebate program, that's how we would hopefully sell that. And also, to be honest, like, I mean, I had to live in an apartment for 2 years when I was remodeling my house. And, you know, I mean, you're with grocery bags, everything else, like you really, I'm not going to go down to the church or the school, like just feasibly speaking, I just won't do that. And I really don't think that that's something people are going to do. So I think you really need to get it at the unit. That's just my feeling about it to be successful.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, I would put emphasis there. There's some technical issues, I think, that will be worked out, but you know, for example, if a carport is quite far from the building or your unit, how do you meter, right? So the owner knows, you know, I have an electric car and I plugged it in and I, you know, used $15 worth of electricity to fill up my car last night. So I think there's some issues like that'll get worked out, but I do know that there are startups working on those issues. So I feel pretty confident that there are or will be solutions to those types of issues soon. I would put in a vote for, you know, taking a really hard look at, especially just enabling level 1 charging, like at every unit. I've had an electric car for 2 years, and until recently, I charged only on level 1. And, you know, sometimes every week, once I would have to fast charge somewhere, but, you know, the level 1 is just the normal plug that we all have in our homes. And it charges slowly, but you can get, you know, 50 miles of recharge a night. So for most people, that's going to be plenty. I would rather, because I think requiring level 2 charging is going to be onerous for building owners. But I think level 1, you know, it's going to be challenging, but at least it gets people to where, you know, it's a possibility to own an EV.
Commissioner London.
I would echo Josie's and Deb's statements. I think it absolutely has to be on the premises. And I also think about the utility of the thing. Like, you don't want to have a charger that's sitting there unused. And so with a level 1, if the person works from home, they can just leave it plugged in all the time. They're not trying to go somewhere. Like in our new work from home world, level 1 could get you 60 miles a day. So that's attractive. And then I think about like having 1 or 2 level 2 units at the building where you could figure out a system where, because you're all tenants in one apartment building, I think there might inherently be more trust. And you could sign up for times that you want to charge, or, you know, there could be some app or something, or you could get reminded by your neighbor that, hey, it's time to unplug, you're all done, now it's my 2 hours. You could really coordinate that more easily among fellow apartment dwellers than you can if something's a quarter mile away where you can't see it. You don't know if it's going to be there when you need it. I think the uncertainty factor really augurs against the 0.25 miles away. So I guess my solution would be, like Josie said, a one for everybody at every parking spot, and then several twos that you can coordinate among your apartment building who's going to use it when, and like sign up for it. And that one could be like a charge point one where you have to put in a credit card to use it. So you don't have to worry about allocating the electricity.
So going back to the questions that Candace had posed at the end, so far it sounds like there's unanimous support for encouraging council to consider the importance of finding ways to get chargers at multifamily units so that it's within that convenience range that Candace had mentioned. Is there any discussion around that not being something that EQC would be supportive of?
No, and I would maybe go a step further too and say, you know, those rebates are going to become available in December. Like the first city to pass, if we pass an ordinance for this, our building owners will be then required to, at some trigger point, to take advantage of that rebate money. And so we'll be, I guess the city would be at an advantage in terms of, you know, taking full advantage of that rebate, because that rebate money will not, you know, that won't cover the whole county for sure. So
right. So it sounds like there's unanimous support, and I felt like I saw heads nodding that there's also the recognition that there is a first mover advantage in this situation, and we would like to be the first mover for Menlo Park. And so we want to make sure City Council understands the incentive to being that first mover.
Just to interject really quickly, and I'm sorry to interrupt your discussion, but I did want to clarify that some of the funding options will not apply to level 1 charging, just to let you know. PCE has allocated some funds specifically to kind of get as many ports as possible through the installation of level 1, but the Cal EVIP funding, the larger funding mechanism, will not be available to level 1 charging installation. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Right.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes. Thank you, Candace. Commissioner Martin?
Yeah, I just have a logistical question about that. So like with the ordinance idea. So let's say we did do an ordinance and then we required property owners to do this. I'm a little bit fuzzy on how the rebate or the, like, would we be able to get rebates for all of those property owners, or how do you, I can understand how if a property owner wanted to get one, they could probably, you know, request the rebate. But if you now make it mandatory, how do we ensure that all property owners have access to that rebate and not some and not others? And would those rebates be allocated all to, like, if we said we did this and now all our property managers need it, and now we need, like, I don't know, like $1 million of EV stations or whatever, like, would we get that? Or how do those logistics work? I'm not clear about that.
So I think it's a really good question. One thing to think about is that at this point, what we're considering is recommending that City Council review this report, and the next phase would be to dig in and understand more. It's not like, I don't think the staff report is comprehensively going to address the details behind any of those. It's more like, here are paths we could pursue. And council, could you give us direction if you want us to go in one direction or another? Like, would you want us to explore an ordinance or not? So I think everybody doesn't have that information, Deb, to your point. And that's why. But I also hear that it's hard to say, what are we supportive of if we don't understand how that works?
So maybe that's part of the analysis, maybe part of the analysis is understanding how that rebate structure would work in an ordinance scenario. That would be helpful. Okay.
And Commissioner Cabot?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, staff, for a great presentation about this, and also for putting together some really provocative recommendations for the types of ways to get charging to become available. And your recommendations kind of meet the IPCC criteria of looking at options to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, the options being deployed rapidly in ways that are far-reaching and unprecedented. And so I'm looking at these types of recommendations you've made and I'm going, yep, that's unprecedented. And so I think it is worthy of starting the discussion. I'm hopeful that the council will see that too and request the EQC to explore it further. And so I think a lot of thoughtful analysis needs to be done on those options to try to see what could be made practical and impactful and defensible, because there are a number of them include what would be called takings of public rights or private rights. And so looking at that, and then also there are things short of ordinances that might apply well here. For example, given the short time frame of getting rebates out of PCE, it could be programs make more sense than ordinances. Ordinances take a while to set up and make a nice defensible one. Programs can be deployed perhaps quicker, and they might be information programs to have staff and or consultants or whoever essentially marketing the PCE program to local landlords and marketing the assistance that PCE provides. So there's a lot of ways to go about rapid deployment of assisting this problem, and I'm glad staff has illuminated the problem and some alternatives to address it.
Thank you. Commissioner London.
I 100% agree with Tom that, first of all, I don't think an ordinance mandating this is a good idea at this point. I think we could achieve our goals if we looked at, kind of a rapid deployment marketing of this opportunity to all landlords with whatever, we could even send out our EQC members to contact each of these apartments or the apartment owners and let them know this is available. But like our goal should be that they are all perched over their computers at 12:01 a.m. when that program opens, and they're just like sending in their applications, right? Like we could create, if we had an opportunity through our channels, our channels through us individually and through the city, we could really make this like an exciting thing and rally landlords and tenants to try for it, to sign up and get that rebate right away, get the information out to them. But I agree that an ordinance or any sort of mandate is going to take a long time for legal analysis, and then there will be a chance for the public to weigh in, and there will be a lot of pushback. So I am not sure that is worth the kind of negative that will come with trying to mandate something.
I agree about that. I also think the idea that an ordinance could be in the future and the funding is available today is a significant, it gives you a sense of urgency for why you should take advantage of this now, because if you're not doing it now, you still might end up paying for it, and then you're paying for it with no rebate as opposed to paying for it with a rebate now. So I think there's both the short-term goals and the longer-term goals that could work together. Josie, are you okay? Good. Go ahead.
One other thing for staff to take a look at or consider would be, if we're nervous about having an ordinance, personally, I would like to explore that. I think it's worth exploring, because by the time we kind of explore it, we may be at 3 months of wildfire season and we may feel like, we're ready to do this as a community. But another option would be, that would feel maybe a little bit less onerous for the landlord, could be if a tenant, for example, an ordinance that says if a tenant requests level 1 charging and, offers to pay for the level 1 charging, and then they get the 75% rebate, if they offer to pay it, that the landlord has to do it. Something like that, like within 90 days. So that if a tenant who lives in multifamily and has the wherewithal, like someone who lives in single family, to pay for it, they just don't have the, they don't own the property, so they don't have that legal right, that they're basically given that legal right as long as they pay for it, something like that, where the landlord doesn't actually have to pay, but the landlord just has to give the right to the tenant to have it installed.
That's a law. That's
Yeah.
already a law.
I was just looking up the number. Thank you you took the words right out of my mouth, Commissioner London.
Civil Code Section 1947.6.
That's the one. Exactly what I was going to say.
Yes, Commissioner
Oh,
Markey.
thank you.
Go ahead.
I just have a clarifying question about that. So if you were somebody who wanted to do that and you lived in a family home or apartment, how is it that, so let's say you do want to get it installed and you want to pay for it yourself, then does the owner have to give you that spot? So like nobody else could, you have to somehow like restrict that because you're not going to want other people to, or maybe you will, but how does one go about spending the rebate, but then having it be their own in a setting like that?
I can read through the nuts and bolts, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it might be another consideration point, but it just I like that idea. I just wonder how you control not having other people use something that you purchased on your own.
It's got the tenant's designated parking space.
Right.
So they'd have to give you a designated parking space, and then nobody could go in there and play. Like you'd have to have some way that they couldn't use that infrastructure somehow.
So it sounds like maybe it only applies if you have a designated parking spot.
Okay. So like a condo or something.
I put a link to
Right.
like kind of the nuts and bolts of it.
I think, and I do think in,
sorry to interrupt. It's a lever to pull, but there are definitely a lot of exceptions to how much power you can exercise as a multifamily resident. And then again, the project costs vary wildly based on existing electrical capacity at the site, distance to existing power. So it's a lever to pull, but sometimes it's still out of reach in terms of cost for multifamily residents, just to kind of throw that out there.
Yeah, that resonates with, because again, you often don't control where your assigned parking spot is. Sometimes it's just with your unit, and that could mean that it's very far from any infrastructure that allows for you to reasonably or feasibly afford charging at that particular location. And then you have to see if you can angle to change parking spots. And I don't know if that's part of that. But yes, the idea, the spirit of this, it sounds like we have agreement from the EQC that we are aligned, that we feel like it is important for City Council to consider how to increase charging in Menlo Park for multi-family residents, and that the best way to do that is to look at options to increase charging at their residences, not in alternative locations, as Candace had shown originally, where there is kind of more available charging today. It's just not, it's not convenient. As Deb described, like you picture the person then having to carry their groceries home from like half a mile away. It's not optimal.
Do we want to add that we would prefer everyone get access to level 1 as opposed to like a percentage get access to level 2? Do we want to add that color? Because I felt like we had some agreement around that.
I think there is support for exploring having level 1 access, and there's also recognition that the funding available may not be as deep for level 1 access as it is for level 2 access. And those kind of have to be weighed together. So the first mover advantage is particularly applicable in the case of level 2 access. And at the same time, level 1 access may, in some cases, may be a more straightforward path. It may not be, but it may be. And I think what I hear is in different situations, we just want to make sure both options are considered. and that we're not only providing one or the other, because that may not work for all locations because of the logistical constraints of that configuration or the electrical accessibility or whatever it is. But yes, I think there is a lot of support for acknowledging the importance of level 1 charging as well, which wasn't in as much the report, and so probably should be noted in the statement from the EQC. But yes, Commissioner
Yeah,
Martin.
the only thing to add to our discussion is I think we're all on the same page about on-site, and I do like the idea of this sort of going for like a program approach first, like an incentive thing, with a lot of communication and see how many people move. But I don't really think that's going to move a lot of people, honestly. Like I think a lot of property managers are still just they're not going to go, yay, okay, I can't wait to sign up, as much as we think they will. But I do think that we could put as a longer term, like you said, more of an ordinance and you have to forgive me because I forget if this is even already in place. Like if they ever wanted to do any type of remodel or any type of trigger that would start getting that group moving in the direction that we need. We've already done this with residential homes and other things. So I think we need to look at something that isn't as draconian as saying on such date, all of you guys have to adopt this. Like maybe it's more of a, here are some trigger points where you're going to need to do it. And also here's some incentive points, programs that if they see it coming and they know there's also like this ordinance on the way, that might start moving people too. So it's just sort of like a two-pronged approach, but I think we kind of all, I think, agree on the on-site part of it, or the, that.
And
Just a quick point to Commissioner Martin's last point. The current green building code for electric vehicle charging spaces does cover additions and alterations to a certain threshold. I believe it's 10,000 square feet, but I'll double check that.
So maybe the ordinance could be like more like getting down to like any, remodel, because they all have to remodel, right? So it could actually go
that they pull
further.
permits for all their remodels.
yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think we have to understand what the trigger points are that the city would be able to recognize, because I think that's potentially the issue, is that they're not pulling permits and therefore the city doesn't know that those renovations are happening, and therefore they would never get called. That doesn't mean that there aren't other trigger points to explore, but I think that what we're all saying is, or what I hear anyway, is like we want an approach that covers both incentives but also, so it's kind of a carrot, like to use a crude analogy, it's like a carrot and stick approach. It's like, look, there's a first mover advantage to being able to take advantage of the funding. Level 2 charging is not going to be an option everywhere. And so we want to also make sure level 1 charging is covered. Right. We also believe that there is power in saying that we want to have programs, we want to have some positive things to go along with this incentive that the PCE is providing, but we also recognize that at the end of the day, there needs to be some way to assure that at some point, people are converting regardless of their individual desire to convert, because it's for the betterment of Menlo Park as a community. And we're not sure exactly what the right trigger points are, if it's about permits being pulled, if it's about an overall ordinance. We're struggling with that, but we think there's something there that should be explored. Does that sound right? And Tom, go ahead.
I think you summed it up very well. And also I like the way you've tied it into, essentially it's something that needs to be done for the community. And the one thing I believe all landlords have in common,
it's not, I could probably have to tap,
is that they all are able to earn substantial revenue based on their location in Menlo Park and being able to rent out the ability to live here to people. So they are already gaining from what we do to make this community viable and enjoyable, etc. This would be a way to also assist with that, to assist with keeping it above water. And so it seems reasonable at some point to ask them to pay their share of doing that. I know people instinctively reject that idea when asked to pay for part of what they get. It's part of humans. So anyway, we will work our way through the processes, I think.
Thank you. And Josie.
I was just going to add, like, there's a context for all of this, which might be good when you guys, Candace and Rebecca, are presenting to council, which is, you know, it's hard to imagine when gas cars suddenly are more expensive to run and more expensive to buy than battery cars. But I actually think that day is coming quite, I mean, the manufacturers of battery powered cars say it's like a year or two away before the battery versions of their cars are less expensive than the gas versions of their cars, because battery prices are falling so quickly. So I know it's hard to imagine today, but that is coming. That is the reality. We also have the other factor, which is the state of California has declared it will be carbon neutral by 2045, which means that there can be no more gas cars on the roads. So that means the state is going to have to outlaw the sale of gas cars well before 2045, which means if we do have a lot of residents in multifamily without access to charging, that's a serious equity issue, right, that we've set up. So in reality, like what we're trying to do is prevent an equity problem, because we know what's coming, which is gas cars are going to be phased out. They're going to be more expensive than electric cars very soon. So I feel like leaving residents without the ability to tap into that cheaper option, and the only legal option at some point, is a serious equity problem that we need to get out in front of.
And thank you for bringing that up, Josie. And touching on the equity issue, I know we've heard this from various council members as well, that the equity component is really important. And one of the other elements that go along with gas-powered cars, and having to have the whole community have gas-powered cars, is the issue with the air quality. And that's also, I think, it may be technically not necessarily be part of what we're tasked with, but I think it's an important flag for the council to consider, is that the equity issues, there are some short-term equity issues, and then there's the long-term equity issues that Josie was talking about as well. And I know we've previously voiced this around and struggled with this around the, and I'm probably gonna get the phrasing wrong, but around multifamily unit developments and how to have more parking spots be EV ready, because the code didn't allow for certain amounts of that wiring to be done in advance and left ready, just due to the way the code was set up at the time. And we struggled with that a lot as a commission, because we felt like that was an equity issue in the long run. So I think it's very consistent for us to flag that in this case as well. So given this discussion and given kind of the flags we've raised, we can go back through those, but is there anything else we want to include at this time before we consider a motion? Okay, so I'm just going to run through. Oh, sorry, Josie, were you going to say something?
No, just could we include as a clause up front, like, considering that the state of California is, you know, will be, that gas cars are incompatible with the state of California's climate goals, and therefore will be, you know, phased out. You know, we believe that equity in Menlo Park requires, just to put that in as a sort of clause in the beginning.
Yeah. And I think, so there's the context of it, which is, so Candace, I'm going to walk through the clauses that we've talked about that could be part of what the questions that you asked at the end of your presentation to hear from the EQC. So the context around this is that we believe that there's, our advice to council would be that there is a long-term equity issue of not addressing this for multifamily residents, both at a state level and at a community level. And you could look at it as the incompatibility, as Josie was mentioning, between the established goals at a state level and what Menlo Park has available today. You can also look at metrics like air quality and think about those as short-term, very resonant right now. equity issues related to not allowing the accessibility to electric charging for cars. So that's part of the context. A second part of the context is that the EQC believes there's a first mover advantage because of the incentives that are in place right now. And we understand that not all the incentives qualify for level 1 charging, but at the same time, we believe that we want Menlo Park to benefit, to maximize the benefit available to landlords in Menlo Park by the city taking action to support landlord education and tenant education around the access to these funds. And we also believe in looking at level 1 and level 2 charging, given the variability of the situation in a multifamily unit environment. It may lend itself better to level 1 charging, it may lend itself better to level 2 charging, but we want to make sure people have those choices because the goal is to increase access to charging, not specifically level 1 or level 2 charging. And then on the sort of stick front, we also want to recognize, as Josie was saying, if there's this longer term incompatibility issue, there could be ordinances in the future, there could be other things. And so we would actually be doing a disservice to landlords in the future if we don't take action to make sure everybody knows about these programs that exist today, where they could get rebates and could get funding back for putting in this infrastructure. That's what I've heard from the group. Does that summarize it?
I think that's good.
Okay.
Did you mention the part about kind of the idea of the ability of city council to signal that while it may be completely optional now, it may become mandatory in the future? Okay.
I think she captured that actually, Janelle. I thought I heard her sort of make that type of point.
Okay.
But if not, I mean, Candace, if you just, so I'm not sure how those were a lot of notes just now. Are we trying to make a motion, or are we trying to maybe, there's a lot of content there. So do we, in a case like this, do we write a memo to the city like we've done before for consideration based on what we've seen today? Or do we make a motion that's a little more concise, or what is the next step? Because I'm not sure.
I would look to Ms. Lucky or to staff to comment on that.
Yeah, I think there's probably a couple options. If you do want to include a memo, we can attach it to a staff report. If there is more content, as long as you all agree and vote on the chair or vice chair providing that memo, as long as we were able to receive it on time for the staff report. Or you can make a motion, an action that we can include in the staff report. So it's really up to you.
What do people have a preference of how they'd like to move forward?
I feel like Deb said, there was a lot there. Like I would kind of feel better if it was just, like a one pager, but just kind of what Ryan said, but in black and white for the council. But I don't. What do you think, Tom?
So procedurally, I don't know how you move forward, but I agree with the points Ryan was able to speak a few minutes ago. And if she is able to write such a memo, I think that would do well to convey the information to the council about what the sense is of us. I just don't know under the Brown Act rules if we get a chance to look at it or edit it or anything like that again. I think there may not be time given that this goes to council before our next meeting, or does it?
I would be okay waiving that because I feel like what Ryan described, I feel like there was pretty much a lot of consensus in the discussion, and I don't know if there's a recording of is there a recording of this?
Yes.
Ms. Lucky? Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
that's-
good. If there's a recording of this, like based on what Ryan just verbally said, I think I would be in favor of us just getting that in writing and adding that, sending that off to council, because then council just has very clearly what we think.
Deb.
So, question then, could the motion be something more concise, like we, something like, EQC has reviewed the recommendations from staff on approaches for multifamily EV charging strategies, or whatever you want to call it. And we agree that on-site charging is the primary focus of the direction we'd like the city to take. We deputize our chair to summarize the discussion from the meeting minutes, or from the meeting held on and to submit it along with, the staff report. So that we're making a motion to actually allow her to do that. Is that something that would work, Rebecca?
Yes.
So I
Okay.
would move that.
Do we have a
So,
second?
so do we capture that? Should we try to, okay, let's try to
I-
capture that language then.
I was writing it down. So
Okay.
the EQC has
I
reviewed.
thought,
Yeah.
I thought you were writing it down.
Yes.
And Deb, did you want to second what you put forward that Josie moved?
If I can second my own thing, yeah, sure. My second.
And I'm just going to give Rebecca a second.
Yeah, maybe let's hear her read it back, because that was a lot, and we can help craft it. And then once we agree with that, then we can make the motion. Does that sound like a plan? Yeah.
It does to me.
I think as long as we're deputizing Ryan, like,
Mhm.
yeah, let's be careful, but like, we don't have to be too careful because we trust her.
Thank you.
And it looked like you had notes. It looked like you were reading off some notes. So
Yeah,
you're
I
probably far
keep
better
notes.
than yes. So
Yeah.
see, she's really organized.
The recordings are always helpful.
Yes.
That always makes me feel better.
So what I have as the motion is that the EQC has reviewed the multifamily EV charging gap analysis and agree that on-site multifamily charging is necessary, and deputize Chair Price to provide a memo to the City Council on the points of consensus from the EQC for addressing the problem and next steps for policy analysis.
That sounds good to me. So would you like to call for the vote?
Yes.
Becky?
Commissioner Kevitz,
Aye.
Commissioner Price,
Aye.
Commissioner Martin,
Aye.
Commissioner Gillard,
Aye.
Commissioner London.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna call for a break at this time. So my recommendation is we take a 10 to 15 minute break, if that allows people a little time for some food and all the other things you might want to be doing. So can we, it's 7 o'clock now, can we reconvene the meeting at 7:15? All right, let's do it. So just a reminder to put your microphone on mute, and you can, since we're on a break, you can take your camera, you can turn your camera off as well. Okay, we have our commissioners have returned. Do we have, yes, okay, we have Rebecca as well. So we are ready to move forward. So we're reconvening the meeting at 7:17 and we are transitioning to item, excuse me, C3, which is review and discuss subcommittee's memorandum to move forward on strategies 2, 4, and 6. Let me just, I did have, because there is not a presentation associated with it, as we talked about, should we call for public comment at this time, or should we have an opening, kind of like opening contact statement from Commissioners Gillard and London to frame that conversation? I just wasn't sure which way was the best way to go for public comment on this item.
So yeah, I think just a brief overview for the public would be good, and then to call public comment
Okay,
would be appropriate. Thanks.
you're welcome. So either commissioner to just kind of frame the context, and then obviously if you people have clarifying questions as that context is being framed, we can ask that, and we'll hold discussion until after public comment. Thank you.
Sure. So maybe I'll kick it off and then I'll hand it over to Janelle for number 2. I'd like to break the discussion up into 2 separate, because hopefully both will be pretty brief. This is item is on here. It's a follow-up on the request from the commission from our last meeting, which was more information about actions, cap actions 2, 4, and 6, which council decided at staff's recommendation wouldn't be staffed this year. But council was interested in seeing if commissioners could move forward with those actions until staff is able to pick them up. And at our last meeting, the commission wanted a little more information about what exactly commissioners would be doing, and then what, if any, the staff demands on staff time would be. So Janelle and I tried to kind of hone the request a little bit and define what would be done. So action number 2, Janelle's going to speak about, and as a reminder, this is to set a goal to increase EV adoption and decrease gasoline sales in Menlo Park. And this memo, as you read, there's quite a bit to it, whereas the other 2 actions, there's much less to them. So we wanted to do it separately. So I would recommend Janelle give an overview, do a comment and a vote, and then the other one separately. And I hope both will be quick.
Okay, of course, I had it open and now it's disappeared, but I can tell you the general gist, just as an overview. So again, as Josie said, we're looking to ways that we could possibly offer resourcing plans to get these items started without a lot of, recognizing the staff's resourcing constraints. And so we have a pretty cool opportunity for item 2, for action 2. And just bear in mind that action 2 was to cut gasoline consumption in Menlo Park and also to increase EV adoption. And so we
Actually, I just want to amend that. Sorry. It's to set a goal for those things, which I just want to make a distinction because it's the setting a goal and tracking it as opposed to actually doing it. But we're hoping that the setting the goal and the tracking it will result in it actually happening.
So we're setting a goal to reduce gasoline sales by 10% a year from a 2018 baseline, and also setting a goal that no more new gas cars will be sold after 2025. In other words, 100% of cars sold after 2025 will be electric cars. And so when we think about staff resources, we think that there is a way to get this done without using a lot of them. So there's a kind of new development with my nonprofit that our Silicon Valley operations are most likely, and this is not a done deal yet, but we will know by the end of September, are most likely getting absorbed by a regional organization. And that organization is very excited to have us lead something called the Beyond Gasoline Initiative, which would try to get multiple cities in the Silicon Valley to reduce their gasoline consumption. And it would operate by working with and partnering with businesses, governments, groups, and seeking commitments and policies and creative measures for how to reduce gasoline use. And so if that goes through, that is a lot of regional assistance that will come to Menlo Park and require very little in the way of resourcing. What we would still request is that that Menlo Park use their social media platforms to post, maybe take up to 1 hour, I believe it's a month, to post something on social media, but this group would prepare all the posts and make sure that they followed Menlo Park's guidelines on preparing them. And so the rest of it would all be done through really kind of partnering and working carefully with, like I said, businesses, groups within Menlo Park on creative policies and measures to get this done. Josie, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the way that originally this was envisioned was to set the goal and to track it and to make that visible through, through social media and to sort of rally people around this idea, thinking that like as a city, when people are asked to, try to help work toward a goal, whether it's like cutting water usage, whatever it might be, that, people can get engaged with that. And especially if it's reported on a regular basis, like, hey, here's how we did, I know this, happen to know this, that last year, 19% of new car purchases were EVs actually registered in Menlo Park. So we're on our way to getting that up to 100. And that's a good number. Like that's similar to European countries, which are further ahead of us generally. So we're on our way there, but just the tracking of it and the reporting it to people, that was sort of the original vision. And then Janelle's organization can bring even a lot more resources to bear in terms of like resources for people to learn about EVs. So I think that's just additional benefit to us, which costs Menlo Park nothing. So I'm appreciative of that. And, it helps us achieve this goal.
Yeah, as Josie said, the plan is to kind of capitalize on the momentum we already have towards this, with a lot of good awareness about electric vehicles and desire to get an EV, and raise awareness about the need not just to get an EV, but to also really cut gasoline use. And a principal part of this would be a website that will track and report these kinds of metrics, and may have a page that's just the Menlo Park page that then we can encourage others to turn to and look at. And it will also have plans for getting out the word in other ways besides social media.
what questions do you all have, or any clarifying questions, I guess, before public comment?
Did we want to talk about the other items before public comment as well to provide context on those, or?
I would recommend personally that we do them separately.
Okay, and Rebecca, does that work from if they're one agenda item, can we take public comment only on the memo too, or do we need to do it all at once?
So both would be good. So having the public comment, so it's one agenda item, so you need to take public comment under that one agenda item.
Okay. So we can have the discussions separately, but for the purposes of public comment, we're gonna take public comment on the item as an agenda item, which would include the memo addressing. So just again, to provide some context for members of the public, this is the EQC's action to look at the items that were not covered by the cap as it was approved, which were items 2, 4, and 6. And Janelle just talked about items 2. Josie's memo addressed items 4 and 6. And so we can get a brief summary of that before public comment, and then we'll return to a discussion of item 2.
Okay, so overview on the second memo covering actions, cap actions number 4 and 6. So number 4, as a reminder, is for the city to set a goal to reduce VMT, vehicle miles traveled in the city, by 25%, or by an amount designated by the Complete Streets Commission. And to achieve that, to look at achieving that in 2 basic ways. One is zoning for higher density near transit, and building out a protected network of bike and pedestrian paths that encourage people to get out of their cars, and thereby reducing our VMT as a city. So with that one, our proposal is Complete Streets Commission actually would like to move that one forward. So that wouldn't require work on our side. We may want to have someone from EQC involved just as a conduit to Complete Streets, but this would be them moving forward on this one. And I've been in touch with Adina Levin, who's the chair of the Complete Streets Commission, and she's ready. You know, they're actually asking for this. They want to do this. They're planning to do this. And specifically, they are working on their transportation master plan, which has been in the works for now 2 years. And they've come to the end of that process. And what they would like to do, and they plan to do, to propose to council, since we passed the climate action plan with this goal of reducing VMT, since they've been acting as this task force on the transportation master plan, they want to go through the transportation master plan, which has dozens of actions, things like, you know, putting a bike path on this street, or changing the intersection at this place in the city, so to encourage bikes or whatever it might be. So there's lots of little actions, and they want to go through that list and prioritize those that are going to have the biggest impact on VMT, so lowering VMT, and implement those first. So they are already planning to do that and to go in front of council as early as October to propose that the transportation master plan be adopted and the implementation be phased in such a way to prioritize VMT reduction. And then the other thing that this Complete Streets Commission has said they want to work on is sort of clarifying or getting sort of more information on what the goal should be. So we've tentatively put out 25% VMT reduction for Menlo Park. You know, that's not the most aggressive that's out there. Some cities are saying 50%, and it's not it's not 0. So it's somewhere in the middle, but is that the right goal for us? What's achievable for us? So they want to take a look at that again until staff can pick it up later, and they are prepared to do that. So really, like, under the umbrella of the Climate Action Plan, we're just kind of proposing work that the Complete Streets Commission has said they want to do and has asked to be able to be empowered to do. Okay, any questions about that one? And then I'll move on to number 6. Okay, so that one is my understanding, and Adina is clear that the expectation is that that will require 0 staff effort. So for number 6, as a reminder, was to create an adaptation plan for Menlo Park, specifically addressing sea level rise in our Bellhaven community. So this one, we are proposing that one of 2 options, and maybe both. So I would really like the commission's input on this. One is, the county has created a sea level rise authority. It's got a long name, but let's just call it that, Sea Level Rise Authority. And it's got 5 cities with elected officials on it, and then 2 supervisors, county supervisors. And they are looking at, and it's a newly formed body, they are looking at what to do for sea level rise for the county. Like, are all the cities going to pitch in and pay for seawalls and levees, et cetera? It's a big deal. So, and it's going to involve a lot of money. So right now, Menlo Park is not one of the 5 cities that has a person officially on this Sea Level Rise Authority. And yet they're making decisions. So we feel like it's important for us to have someone regularly attending these meetings and reporting back to City Council on what's happening. To date, that has not happened. The city used to have a city engineer who was very up on all these issues. In fact, she was involved in, like, creating the Sea Level Rise Authority. And she was sort of a champion for these things. In fact, we found it from her that there's $150,000 in the CIP to do a city-specific adaptation study. And that's still sitting there accumulated in the CIP for this purpose. But we don't really have someone within the city that we're aware of, and the staff, who's sort of a champion for this, or like kind of, we do have one staff person, Chris Lamb, who's been listening in on the meetings. But again, we just don't have that information getting to council at this point. So one other thing we became aware of was, for example, cities are going to be expected to have a city level adaptation plan, and will submit that plan to the authority. And when you submit that plan may have an impact, probably will have an impact on when and whether you get funding as a city. So the fact that we're not in those conversations, and I'm not sure that we know that, puts us at a disadvantage. We don't have a city council member participating, at that level in this authority. So we feel like it's really important, given our location on the bay and our exposure economically and otherwise to this issue, that we need to get more engaged. So one way to do that would be for Chris Lamb, who's attending these meetings virtually right now, for us to ask him to provide an update to council, for example, quarterly. I made an estimate that it could just be even a verbal update, I guess. Maybe that would be 3 hours of work per quarter. I made an estimate. I tried to ask him some questions and didn't hear back from him about it. So I don't know if he would agree with that's what it would take, but that's one option. The other option would be for EQC to designate someone, or maybe rotating people who would attend those meetings. They happen twice a month. The 2nd and 4th Mondays of the month from 4 to 6 p.m. And as I said, they're going to be weighing big issues like, are we building seawalls, or are we just abandoning, are we going to do managed retreat, right? Which is, we just give up the land. And I haven't attended one of these meetings, but it's my understanding that, like, everyone assumed we were doing levies, and now there's this big push to, like, maybe we're doing managed retreat, but, like, I feel like we need to be at the table for these conversations. So that's the proposal. And so that one, whereas the other one didn't have any staff participation, this one, if we did just a commissioner participating and then giving updates during our EQC quarterly update to council, that would be no staff involvement. And if we asked Chris Lamb to provide an update, that could be, you know, my estimate again is once a quarter to provide a council update, maybe 3 hours to prep for that. Plus the time he's already spending going to the meetings. Any questions about that one?
I don't have questions. Okay, if there aren't clarifying questions, we can open it up to public comment. Miss Lucky, do we have any public commenters at this time on this item? I think you're muted.
Yes, so just to remind attendees that for members of the public who are in attendance and wish to provide public comment, if you wish to speak on this item, please engage with the raised hand feature that is next to your name in the participant list, and I will have the ability to open your microphone and you can provide your public comment to the EQC. With that, I do have one public comment from Mr. Peter Edmonds. I have now unmuted you. You should be able to speak. Thank you.
Yes, hello, Commissioners again. You have my very brief written comments, I believe, and I think I only need to read a couple of lines from your memorandum to emphasize what I'm now offering. It says, halfway down the page, concerning developments compel the EQC CAP subcommittee to recommend accelerating our climate action efforts using whatever means at our disposal, no matter how unconventional. Well, I offered you at the last meeting some unconventional aid, and if you want me to be more specific, I wonder if you would like to have someone take notes on your subcommittee meetings and prepare a summary or minutes, if you will, from a recording, and try to do that as rapidly as possible. So I know there are probably procedural aspects involved in having a member of the public performing such a function, but I just heard Josie Galliard say that under action item 2, that she wishes to encourage public engagement. So here you are, as a chance for you to practice.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. We really appreciate your comment and your enthusiasm as always. Are there any other public comments?
There are no other public comments at this time, Chair Price. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've heard public comment. Now we can return to the discussion, which we had previously decided we were going to divide into the kind of issues, take them kind of one item at a time. So I'm going to recommend we start with item, the memo and the conversation addressing action item number 2 from the CAP plan. So that was going back to the item that, or the discussion that Janelle introduced for us at the beginning, the context she provided around setting a goal to reduce the gasoline sales in Menlo Park. Does somebody want to open the discussion?
Well, Janelle, I love your idea of getting out there and doing some outreach, and it sounded like there was assistance coming. I think I heard Beyond Gasoline or something, like there's already some efforts underway that we could dovetail into. And so I think that would be like a really fantastic idea. I think I also heard something about maybe a website where we could track and all that stuff. And so I wasn't clear. I like that idea too. I guess the question I would have for Rebecca is like, how would we be able to have a conduit, I guess, of like, so we'll do the social media, like make that easy for our folks to just kind of have canned stuff that they can kind of put out. But then if we wanted our citizens to go to a tracking website or such, is that something that could be just decoupled from the Menlo Park website and managed from our group? Or does that get sticky, or how do we, what's your thoughts about how the city, the council and the staff would react to that?
So my understanding from the memo is that it looks like what would be asked of staff is to use our current kind of mediums to get information out to the public, to post information that's drafted by the organization, by Cultura. And so, it sounds reasonable, but I need to really check with our public engagement manager, and how we prioritize which items get published can depend on the urgency. And so I think again, it sounds reasonable, but I would defer to our public engagement manager, Clay Curtin.
Clay!
Clay, yeah, yay, Clay. No, I guess that's right. You would have to do that. But the second part of that question would be, if we did, let's say, have a separate link or entity where we're hosting some tracking mechanism, like some interesting data that kind of gets people excited. If that was decoupled from Menlo Park altogether, but had that kind of data third party, if you will, would that be okay? Like, is that or does that get into any, like concern about using Menlo Park public data to, like to have it decoupled from the Menlo Park messaging? Like if we send a social media link out with maybe a link to the website that shows, here, get your quarterly tracking here, like would that sort of thing be okay? Because you guys wouldn't have to do anything to that site, but you would have to kind of help back it and endorse it, I guess, or feel comfortable with us posting.
Provide the link. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And again, I think it's possible. I'm just not quite sure yet. And I know Clay's joined, but he may have been pulled to another meeting. But Clay, I've unmuted you if you would like to chime in on whether we could add other links to our website and publishing information either on, and it sounded like next door, either through our City Council Digest items as potential areas. It sounds reasonable. I don't think, it doesn't seem like it's going to take much time, but I can't say for certain without confirming with Mr. Curtin.
As an analogy, I seem to get an email every day from the library system about new events or talks about books, about subjects where the city is providing a conduit for me to learn from other sources. And this seems like a similar thing. The city providing a conduit to learn information from other sources that may be tracking information.
Yes. So each department has their resources and their staff levels and capacity to provide that. So for the city manager's office, like I said, I think it's possible, but I can't say definitively until I've confirmed. And I don't know if Commissioner London, you've been able to get in contact with Mr. Curran on it, but again, I don't see this falling flat. I think we just need to clarify and make sure that the roles are clear. And that can be done before it goes to City Council.
Okay, I see.
As a recommendation from the EQC.
Okay. Yes, I have not gotten to connect with Clay yet, unfortunately. But yeah, the idea is that this would obviously be at his discretion when and whether to post. We would just make sure that we learned the parameters of what posts are supposed to look like for Menlo Park's various platforms, and then Clay would do his gatekeeping and choose when and where and how. And the idea is that it wouldn't take very long. I see Clay's name on the screen, and I just wonder, Clay, are you there? Because this is the first time I'm seeing your name on the screen. Oh, is that because you guys just made him a participant? Is that the deal?
He's the issue is he is in this meeting, but he may also be in another meeting where he's expected to speak. And so he may be able to circle back and make a comment. But right now, Rebecca believes that he's probably speaking in a different meeting about.
Right. And I think he was,
engagement.
and he was more in tune with providing, feedback and support for the next agenda item on public engagement. So but since he was here, I thought maybe he could chime in.
Well, I will tell you that this initiative at a Silicon Valley level is moving forward. And so in a way, it doesn't count on Menlo Park being kind of a participant. However, there are options to highlight different cities and give more attention to various cities. And we would love to capitalize on the fact that Menlo Park has a goal this is something that no other city has, a goal to reduce gasoline use. And here's the Beyond Gasoline initiative. It's a really great story and it could inspire other cities. So the hope is that this will be something that's, without staff time and resources, has kind of the seal of approval for us to highlight some of the good work of the city.
That's exactly the kind of initiative that we had in mind in drafting that climate action plan, was developing things that could be administered here and that would inspire others so that there's multiples of the carbon savings.
Yeah, I can't see any reason why we wouldn't want to showcase leadership in other forums. We shouldn't be shy. We haven't been shy we used to be shy, but we're not anymore. I feel like the city's really kind of come out of that sort of zone. And so I do think that especially we have the privilege and sort of like connections that Janelle is on the EQC. She has access to this. And if they're going to be highlighting cities anyway, I really do think that, and I can't imagine there would be any objection to it. I think it's really important to have other entities be broadcasting what we're doing, and it's just going to benefit us. So, and it's not any work that the city needs to do other than just be happy with getting accolades is kind of what we're asking, right?
Yeah,
so I support you. I support number 2, I guess is what I'm saying. And if that's the feedback you need from, at least from me, I wholeheartedly support item number 2.
Great.
We'll take a motion if anyone wants to. Or do we have to move on the whole thing? I don't know. Confused.
I think we have to move on the whole thing at once because it's one agenda item. But I think what we can do is we can kind of say, like, there seems to be consensus for this item. And the one remaining question is, like, what are the boundaries around posting? And we'll sort of put that in our sandbox and we can talk about, if everybody's okay with that, we could talk about the actions around, the context around action number 4 on the CAP plan.
Yeah, and just to be clear, in the memo, I think we were pretty clear. There may be confusion about what the boundaries are, but we were pretty specific about.
You were specific about the request, exactly.
Yeah.
I think
it would be pre-written according to Menlo Park's guidelines, and all that would have to be done was like checking it and then disseminating it. So hopefully that's clear.
Yeah, I think the request is clear. I just didn't know if we had the opportunity to get clarification of staff if there was anything else, but we don't need to have that, I don't think. But if Clay was able to be here, then we might be able to get a little bit more information to make it even clearer potentially, but it seems very clear to me. Okay, so moving on to item number 4, discussion. Who would like to open the discussion?
This is the VMT reduction and having complete streets empowered to move this one forward.
I just had one I guess it is a clarifying question. I'm not sure I know the exact calculation of VMT or what it, even not knowing the calculation, I'm not positive I know what it includes. For example, would it include all the miles driven of a resident's car even though I think by my calculation, we drive our car 5% of its miles in Menlo Park. And so is VMT all of the miles of my odometer? Okay.
Yeah, it's any trip, and the way it's usually calculated is any trip starting in Menlo Park or ending in Menlo Park, and trips that are made within the city boundaries of Menlo Park.
I forget, does it exclude travel on the highways?
I believe it does. Meaning a trip that did not start or end in Menlo Park, but simply passes through Menlo Park, my understanding is that it excludes that.
Okay, if it's on a freeway or just on just going on El Camino?
My understanding is that it would be any trip that did not either start or end in Menlo Park, even El Camino.
Okay. And Tom, this depends on whether you're carrying a Google, phone with Google on for it to record it. And I think even then there's some estimates and assumptions made. So, I don't think it's a very precise, Anyway, it's probably more precise now that they are tracking everybody's phone. And I like that you thought that possibly they were already tracking every mile that you traveled in your car and knew who it was registered to, and they may.
Oh no, I wasn't even thinking about how anyone measures it. I'd forgotten about Google entirely. I was just thinking about what the calculation means and trying to understand what it is. What is our target? So, but the other interesting thing on the trying to establish the reduction, a 25% reduction in VMT from a prior year as the population grows. May be requiring, say, 35% reduction per human or per car. I guess it is not per human. It's only the cars traveling that we're trying to reduce, not the humans traveling. So anyway, it is interesting, and it does sound ambitious, and definitely a carbon saver, and to the extent it's the ICE cars that are reducing a lot of the driving. And definitely make the environment quieter, more pleasant to have less VMT.
Yeah, and just so we can maybe get this one done quickly, I want to make sure the scope of this discussion and the memo and the proposal is clear. We're not revisiting the 25%. Council passed that. We passed it. Council passed it. So I would rather not spend time on that, but rather, do we support Complete Streets working on this? That's kind of the scope of the question.
The only question I had is, and I don't know. I'm very supportive of the spirit of this. The only concern I have is some of what I've experienced from the Complete Streets Commission is that they have a really strong support for bike lanes and biking. And I'm a biker. I cycle to work every day when we used to go to work and all that good stuff. Now I just am at home. But I wonder, I do know that, for example, Stanford has made bicycling to work very advantageous for people. And yet many, many people still aren't going to participate. And so I just want to make sure that the goal is to reduce vehicle miles traveled, but when they think about prioritization, how do they think about the kind of some of the equity issues that we talked about around modes of transportation and equity? And I think the only thing I would want to make sure is that those kind of issues were addressed. And so it wasn't just about creating opportunities for pedestrians and bikes, but it was about, other forms of transportation or other options in the transportation master plan that might be more accessible to a greater number of people for whatever reason, mobility issues, lifestyle issues, whatever it is.
I happen to know I mean, Adina, the chair, she's very involved in transit, so Caltrain, and so I feel like her interests are broader than just bikes. And I know Katie Baruzzi, the vice chair, is very attuned to equity issues. So I think I'd be surprised if that was not like seriously addressed. But I mean, if we wanted to include it in the motion, we could add it to the memo if that's a concern.
Ryan, I believe they're also looking at work from home as a big strategy to reduce vehicle miles traveled. Again, there may be equity issues around that, and that not everyone can work from home, but I don't really think it's an equity problem. It's just trying to hit the number with whoever can. If that's not your thing, if you drive for a living, obviously you're not going to be part of that. But for those who can work from home, to continue that practice is a great way to reduce VMT.
Yeah, and just generally in this field of like VMT reduction, there's many ways to do it. There's stuff you do on your streets. Again, there's like zoning. I don't think Complete Streets is going to be looking at the zoning issues, although they may. And then there's TMAs, transportation management associations, like getting employers to pay for things. So there's like a lot of different ways to try to do this. It's not just bikes. And I know Adina's up on that, all of those strategies. So I think they're going to be looking at all of them. But I think my thinking was they more than we are, this is like their thing. So why don't we not try to take on too much? And if someone is expert in this, let them kind of be the experts. That was my thinking.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Go ahead, Deb.
Yeah, I agree with that too. And I think maybe if anything, they can just, I like our connection on this topic. So maybe if they can come on some regular basis just to update us, or, they can know to pull us in when they need to. So we have some connection with that team while they're working on that. That would be what I would recommend.
And
I like that.
And the only other question I had, and I just don't know, but when I read it, I thought, so, and I'm definitely not an expert, but I wondered if it seemed to me like I wasn't sure, and maybe this is already like in the plan, so that's okay, but it seemed to me like it would be very difficult to not have, it may not be extra staff time, but it seemed like it would be very difficult to have no staff time to go from what the Complete Streets Committee recommends to implementation to approved implementation, only because there's that feasibility component, and some of that was covered in the transportation master plan, but I think you'd have to revisit the capacity issues as you selected the projects. And I know there were many different strategies that were considered, and like, if you were going to do this project, you should do these projects because they all would disrupt the same intersection, or whatever the case was. It just struck me that I would guess there's a plan for staff time associated with that, but I can't imagine not having any city staff involved going from selecting projects to saying, yes, these are the projects we're going to implement, without kind of a project feasibility component. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a decent question, and I ran the language by Adina, and she was like, looks good, which included in the memo no staff time. And I told her that like, these are the constraints. So that said, when they go to council and say, we recommend that you approve the transportation master plan, and someone needs to decide how they're going to phase in all of these actions, right? And if with that recommendation, the recommendation is we recommend that it be prioritized by VMT, someone was going to have to prioritize anyway. So they just said, prioritize it this way. So maybe that's how she's sort of thinking about it, that it's not extra staff time. It's just giving them a way to prioritize.
And then the feasibility goes with that lens. That totally makes sense to me. So that was my other kind of clarifying question. Are there other questions around this item, or this part of this item, rather? No. Okay. So now we have talked about actions around number 2. We talked about actions around number 4. Now we are on to number 6. So number 6 is the adaptation. Adaptation. This and the
Adaptation
seawall.
plan, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Adaptation plan, and the question is, kind of what we've put forward is, there's a staff member who's going to meetings. Do we want to ask that staff member report to council on a quarterly basis? And or do we want to have an EQC person attending these meetings, or a rotation of EQC people attending these meetings, in order to be able to report to council quarterly to give it more visibility?
And then is it also on the table to consider a volunteer member of the community to do that?
I don't think we know the protocol around that, so it's not, I don't believe it's in the memo, and I don't believe we know the protocol around that, but my personal opinion is I'm not opposed to it. I just don't think we know. Yes, Deb.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions about this particular item. So, Josie, I think you mentioned that there was a staff champion at one point. I can't remember who that, or they're not. I don't know if it was a city council member or.
No, it was the city engineer.
City engineer. Okay.
Yeah. So,
because as I listened to what you were describing, this sounds to me like a pretty important stakeholder, multi-jurisdiction type of situation with cities, counties, whatever. And the fact that the city had somebody going and now doesn't, I don't know if that was just sort of a, sometimes the knowledge transfer doesn't get passed on or whatever. I guess what I'm getting at is, like, it strikes me that this is every bit about needing to get somebody from the city there and engaged and on it, because as much as we could do that, that's fine. But I just think it's something that the city would want to be actively involved in, because there's some big decisions.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to interject, and I apologize if I wasn't clear about this before. Chris Lamb reports that he is attending those meetings. What's not happening, to my knowledge, is that there's no regular update to city council. So there is a staff person who's attending, but it's the city council who's not, from the council members I've talked to, they are not aware of what that agency is doing.
Okay, so then one clarifying question there then is that we proposed this on our EQC or on our CAP plan, and I know that it didn't get moved forward, but if they already have a staff member there, and this is a pretty important thing, it seems like the only missing element is the conduit up into the city to say, oh, we're attending, and oh, you should be notified. So, like, it seems to be like the work or the resources are already there to be going to this, but what's missing is the level of communication back. So I think that maybe our request, and it could even be that this person comes to us and lets us know what the updates are, and we can at least also be knowledgeable. But it seems to me like we would ask the city agendize this and get routine updates so that they can be part of this multi-stakeholder process and not miss out on really important things that the city should be doing. So that would be my recommendation is,
So it's sort of the option number one, meaning have requests that the staff member who's going, Chris Lamb, or a designee of his from the staff, report quarterly to council what he's learning at those meetings.
Yeah, and especially if there's decision points that need to be made. Like when he's coming, it's not just here's what I'm reporting, but here's what we need. The city needs to weigh in here. Like, so it's a two-way discussion. That's what I would recommend.
And I think one of the things I wasn't totally clear on, going along Deb's point, is this body a discussion-oriented body, or are they a decision-making body? And if they're a decision-making body, how, it sounds like Menlo Park isn't represented, and that also seems like something that's strange to me, because we have such a large section of Bayfront in our city. So do we have a sense of kind of discussion versus decision making, also to kind of have a lens towards like what towards Deb's point of like who is the right person and what's the right process to get the information to flow and to who? Go ahead, Rebecca.
So I just want to just provide a little bit more, information. And I know Josie and Tom are aware of this too. And it's just, so the way we do participate in the flood district, we pay dues to the flood district. So we are very much a member. And again, I understand the point about having council's heightened awareness about it. So it sounds like that's what Josie's proposing, but we are very much invested into the flood district. We are paying dues. They are, even though the city council is not on the board, they are expected to look at our community and protect it as well. And so Mr. Lamb's attendance at those meetings is to make sure that that is happening. And if there are any red flags, if anything, looks like, smells like it's not protecting Menlo Park, then that issue then gets elevated to the city council. So just to provide the other kind of ways that we look at this.
And that's the same meeting. So he's attending. So Menlo Park is paying dues into the flood district, and then at the same time, Mr. Lamb is also attending these meetings. And in both cases, he's putting his ear to the ground to make sure that Menlo Park's interests are represented.
Right. And
if
the
they-
150,000 that is in the CIP is being used to pay those dues as well.
How much are the
My
dues?
understanding. I'm not sure. I'd have to check with Mr. Lamb on that.
So in an email that came in at 5:17 this evening from Chris Lamb, he mentions the dues are about $40,000 per year, and that it is consuming that 150K that was in the CIP. So a capital improvement project is now being used to pay annual dues. So that's interesting, and that's happening. The other interesting things in the memo provided by our subcommittee is the 5-member representation of or 5 cities and 2 county supervisors. Among the 5 cities on this sea level rise group is Portola Valley. To me, that's interesting. I'm not that good at geography, but I'm hoping they're looking out for our interest, and that may be a member to talk to. And then these will be council people from these different cities, and so I like the idea of us making sure our council members are informed about what is happening so they can talk to their peers, especially 5 other peers and 2 supervisors who sit on that committee, and decide what will happen and how studies will be done and how projects will be evaluated.
Yeah, and another piece of information, I mean, one of the big things that this agency is going to do is assess the needs for all the different cities, and then roll that all up into a request to the federal government for funding. But then again, it's my understanding that then how that money gets doled out, there's an advantage, again, a first mover advantage to actually having a city specific plan. That's what we've been told. I haven't confirmed that with the agency, but that was what we've been told by someone who was very involved previously. So it's disappointing to me to hear that 150K that was set aside for that city specific plan is not being used for that. But
what I'm hearing is that, oh, sorry, go ahead, Deb.
Yeah, I guess, sorry. I really don't know what the flood district is. I've never heard that term before. I don't know who's involved in that, but it sounds like we're part of that bigger thing. Can
I answer that? So the flood district is the predecessor agency to the sea level rise agency. There was a flood district and then it got turned into this new thing. And the sea level rise agency is, it's basically just getting off the ground.
So, okay, so that's even more confusing to me now. So is the dues that we were paying to the flood district, which is now essentially this newer thing, are the dues going to the, whatever you called it, not the flood district, but now the sea
The
level rise
adaptation.
plant, like whatever, you know what I'm trying to say? Like I'm a little bit confused on the layers here. So it seems like if that one was the old kind of entity, but now there's a newer entity, why are we paying dues into an older entity? Or maybe that, I just don't understand the framework. I don't know if there's clarification.
Yes, Commissioner Cabot.
To address that issue just raised by Commissioner Martin, I think things are working fine. The dues are being paid into the new entity, which is addressing coordinated sea level rise analysis for the whole county. And the county-wide entity is looking both at the coast side and at the bay side. The coast side has a steep profile, and so sea level rise causes, in my opinion, minimal effects on a steep profile. And then the bay side has a very shallow profile where a little bit of sea level rise inundates quite a bit of the region's economy, and so has maximum exposure. That both sides are being represented, as well as areas in between. And so dues are being paid into this entity, and it will start looking at things. The city has a staff member representative attending these things, and it just makes sense to me that we make sure the staff member information is getting through to council members who can talk to their peers who sit on this board, who can influence the effectiveness of plans.
And it looks like we got a chat from Mr. Curtin from the city staff, and if you open the chat, you will see that you will see an update that was presented to City Council in February of 2019, as well as May of 2019, addressing sea level rise. So I think there could be a couple of things I'm hearing here, which is that I think I'm hearing a certain level of concern from the EQC that the adaptation element is actually having some decision making, some discussions that the city may not be involved in, that they may want to be aware of, are happening at a faster pace than they perhaps were happening in the past, or at a different, with a different tone, as Josie was saying, moving from yes, we're going to build levees to maybe let's just retreat. And just making sure that council is aware of those conversations that are happening, and because there may be more going on, recommending that council hears about it more often from a staff member who's attending it. That's what I'm hearing, is that there's a certain level of concern, and the EQC is saying, how can we help address this concern? A, flag the concern. We want you to know we're concerned. And B, here are ideas we have about how to address that concern.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, Tom, go ahead.
For me personally, I might not phrase it so much as a concern, but as an opportunity. What I see is that there is a regional body meeting, and Menlo Park does not have a board seat, does not have an elected official talking to other electeds about it, but does have a staff person there. And we at the EQC level maybe don't know how much communication is going on at this point. So we're seeing the opportunity to both make sure sea level rise as an issue is brought up to council member attention at a frequency that helps them take action on both mitigation and on adaptation. So we all know that climate change has been hard for us to confront. I personally was in denial for quite a while, and it's only by staring it down that I've gotten over that and realized, okay, we have to get moving and invest what it takes to deal with this. And so I see this as an opportunity to make a suggestion that a communication start happening on a regular basis, tracking regional entities' assessment of the situation and conveying it back to the council. But anyway, so that's it. I'm not concerned that anything's been going wrong. I'm seen an opportunity to make this even more effective than I think it is, but it might be super effective and I just don't know it already.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Commissioner London.
I would also say 40K a year is quite a big chunk of change, and I just want to be sure we're getting value for money. I want to know what that's going for. That is a very large amount that, you know, we're in a budget crisis and I just think we need to count every penny and understand what we're getting for that.
Thank you. And Josie.
To answer that, that was staffing the predecessor to agency, and now probably the staffing for this. I mean, I know originally they were asking for dues in order to staff the predecessor agency. So I would assume it's similar. It's to pay for the staff. So they just hired an executive director. I can't remember if that's the title, but the head of the San Francisco Creek JPA just became the head of the Sea Level Rise Agency. So I think that's what that's for. But yeah, I mean, I would say maybe Tom and I have a little different, I feel more concern than Tom does. He sees it as an opportunity. I feel some more concern because I see the gap between what I hear is happening over there. I talk to council members and they're like, I've not heard anything about that. And then the other thing is just the acceleration of the sea level rise issue, right? Mm-hmm. So that science is like, and what's happening, you know, in Greenland, et cetera, like it's all happening way faster even than scientists thought it was. So because the issue is changing faster, I think we need more engagement and more frequent updates.
Yeah, Danelle.
I would also emphasize that it is another equity issue. Like if we are not alerting our residents who are purchasing and selling property in the flood zone, and we know more information now about how their properties are likely to be affected, that doesn't seem fair.
Yeah, Deb.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is that it seems like the city council is getting updates, but maybe not that frequently, and that they're not like, I'm just kind of wondering as I hear all this, whether we would recommend that we actually do put a city council member on that body or whatever and get them more engaged so that it's actually, and especially we've got at least one council member over there that lives over in that area that's directly impacted. So I don't know whether that would be inappropriate to actually make a recommendation that just to further enhance the involvement, get more involvement on the city council and get somebody there conversing with the other city leadership. Is that inappropriate to ask in our recommendation? Because maybe that's the next step that needs to happen.
I don't think that that's inappropriate. I think that is totally possible. I think that is aligned with what, at least what I heard what Rebecca said. So I think that that's totally possible. And I think what we're hearing is whether you want to view it or whether it's viewed as a concern or as an opportunity, it seems to be there's a gap. And one of the data points potentially in the gap is just that the last kind of staff report to council on sea level rise was from over a year ago. And as Josie's pointing out, the information available has changed since then, and perhaps the tone of these organizations' recommendations have changed as well. And we just want to make sure that council is really engaged in and aware of these happenings. And so that's what I hear as the tone of the message and making the suggestions. And we can definitely add the suggestion if there's agreement to add it around a council member actually joining this body, which may be the right thing to do, because it does sound like that is who the decision makers are on the body. So maybe it's less about information and it's more about direct engagement, but we could put it out there as an option.
Yeah, and obviously, like, who's on that board, what cities, like, I don't know how that decision got made, but I'm sure that's a very, very like political thing. So I don't know that, like, if we just said, hey, we want to be on the board, I'm thinking that's not going to happen. But maybe if we got engaged, if a council member was attending, that maybe when someone else's term is up, maybe we would be considered to be a part of it.
I think what we're all saying is this is worth flagging and saying like, hey, here's what's going on with adaptation. We want to make sure that it seems like for relatively small amounts of time engagement, there's a lot of benefit to Menlo Park from being more connected to what's going on. And we do have concerns around the equity issue, which we raised when we addressed this as a CAP, and we raised it again recently to City Council in regards to, I'm totally blanking on what it was, but something else related to this a couple months ago. So I think, again, this is very consistent with the advice and recommendation that we've provided in the past on things their council is considering. So
let me make sure I'm understanding, or maybe you were about to do that. Sorry, Ryan, but it sounds like people are saying we want the staff member to continue going. I'm not sure yet on whether we think they should be reporting to council more regularly. I would say yes. And we even recommend that the council consider appointing someone from council to attend those meetings on a regular basis, with the view that if a spot were to open up on the board, Menlo Park would be well served by having someone, we believe, by having someone on that board.
Yes, that is what I am hearing from the group.
I agree with that.
I agree.
So it sounds like we have consensus around I'm just going to, for the sake of this, call them the 3 different memos. So for like from the 3 different memos, or the 3 different topics covered in the 2 memos, it sounds like we have agreement on those. Let's just walk back through it before we move to the motion. So for the memo addressing item number 2, I personally heard that people seem to be supportive as is. There was no additional concern or carve out. Is that the case? The one question was, is there further guidance that could provide clarity before going to council around understanding what does it mean? Oh, and Janelle is recusing herself from the vote, which I understand. So the only item that came up around number 2 was just making sure that although we were really clear with the expectation of what could happen from the city's sort of social media accounts, we also recognize that we don't understand, we aren't 100% sure that there's agreement between what we're saying and what the staff would say around what it means to post on the social media accounts, basically. Like, we came up with what we think is a fair way to look at it, and we don't have total clarity that that's true, but we think it's reasonable. So that's what I heard. Yes, Deb.
I think for the purposes of a motion, we don't have to know all of that. We just have to say that we support item number 2 with having a social, like a campaign or whatever, like a public campaign and social media, whatever we want to word it, right? We don't need to know the nuts and bolts yet, because that will come, in my mind, that will come with, like, we're making the recommendation, and then all those details will follow, because we can't weave through that in the motion. But maybe just a motion set saying the EQC recommends item number 2 that we engage in a like public outreach effort, however that shapes up, that shows tracking and, you know, and all those things that we said in a sort of high level, and then how we do it can be discussed sort of once that, if there's agreement on that approach.
Yeah, so
and I think the key was the resourcing, so that we're empowering another organization to move forward on CAB action number 2 with minimal staff involvement, something like that.
And I'm not putting forward the words for the motion. I'm just trying to go back through it, because this has been a fairly lengthy conversation, just making sure that we're not leaving anything out when somebody goes to make the motion. But I agree with you. I don't think that needs to be in it. I heard we were in agreement on number 2. I heard that we were in agreement on number 4, which was the VMT reduction strategy. And then with number 6, there's a little bit of a modification that was recommended to the memo that would include language around adding the option for a city council member to actually attend the meetings and potentially look to join the board in the future if that's politically feasible.
Yes,
that's what I heard.
Yeah, and just to clarify, because the memo put forward sort of 2 options and or situation. So I would want to be really clear about what we're agreeing. We're all in agreement that Chris Lamb, we want Chris Lamb to be giving a quarterly update to council.
Yeah.
The other option was the EQC could designate 1 or more people to attend. Do we want to take that off the table, or do we want to say that may happen, as...
I would, go ahead, Deb.
Oh, unless, well, maybe you were going to say the same thing. I mean, my preference would be if that we leave this in the city's hands and get it elevated to a council member, and that if anything, I would, as an EQC member, I wouldn't mind getting some kind of update or briefing, rather than making us go to those meetings, because I just think the level of importance it needs to be within city planning and management, and not with an advisory group, but we should be informed on what's happening. That would be my take.
Okay.
Yeah, I think,
Is there consensus?
That's how I feel. And I feel like, heck, I might volunteer to go to the meetings, but I don't think me being there it should preclude like Chris from going, or more actual real city representation.
Right.
So I agree
Okay.
with Deb.
All right, so I'll take the EQC one out. I'll add in EQC would like a quarterly update. Is that reasonable? Quarterly update, even just written is fine. And then that we are recommending that a council member attend with the eye toward possibly becoming a voting member at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And I think we also are recognizing that we're asking in this case for more staff time than we were designated on an item that was pulled out of the cap by city council. But the reason we're doing it is because of this information. And when we looked at it, it struck us that the last time city council has seen anything on sea level rise was in 2019. And it feels like that shouldn't be a best practice moving forward.
Yeah, and just to clarify, we're actually, what we proposed was a city-specific adaptation plan.
Correct.
In the EQC, so we were told, staff said they couldn't do that. So now what we're asking for now, I still feel like is really minimal, like maybe 3 hours a quarter in addition to do the presentation versus a full-blown plan. So we're not, it's not like we're saying, oh wait, go back and do that thing you told us not to do. We're asking for a really, really minimal thing here.
I think that's fair. Yes, Deb.
Right, yeah, I would even actually, in my mind, the city is already resourcing and doing this. We're not asking for more of their time. The only thing we're asking for is to summarize the findings more frequently. So,
right.
So just to be clear, I don't want it to be coming across like we want more time of the staff. We are asking our city council members to consider more time, but that's in their vested interest as a city council, right? So that's not staff time. So I just think we need to make sure that it's not deemed as more staff time, really, because it is really not a stretch, I don't think, to add a couple more simple summaries.
And I don't know. So I know if you're asking for I don't know what the requirements are from the staff to be able to provide a document that would have to be releasable to the public. And so I don't want to, I know by asking for that, we're essentially asking for them to put time into something that they otherwise weren't doing. And maybe they weren't doing it because they don't have time. And so I just want to be I want to be aware. I agree it doesn't seem like a lot, but it's also, I have never done that. And so I can't say for sure that it's not, but I can say that what I hear is we feel that it's needed. And Tom and then Deb, because you both raised your hand.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so I just wanted to phrase, to recognize the reality. We're not asking for things, we're recommending. So so we've looked at the situation and we're making a recommendation to council that they get quarterly attending. And we're saying we'd like to see some also. But we're then also recommending the council consider having a member attend, and they can decline our recommendations. So we're not managing things. We are simply providing recommendations because that's what our duty is.
And I think the other option would be because we do think it's of this level of importance, would we want to ask the council member to give updates rather than the staff, because they may not have to compile the staff a report or something the way that a staff member would be required to do. So that's another option, and they could give that update to council, and then one of us could attend the council meeting to take notes for the EQC. I think that's another potential scenario, maybe. But Deb, sorry, I went before you.
Yeah, I think that's everything that you guys, Tom just kind of captured what I was thinking too.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good on that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm clear now on clear now on how to change the memo if I'm going to be the person to do it. So thank you for that.
Are there other discussion points, or if somebody feels that they're prepared to put a motion forward?
I'll try my hat at the motion. So the motion would be that the EQC is proposing is supportive of item two related to like public outreach for gasoline free initiatives or gasoline reduction initiatives, and promoting that on social media and other channels.
Hey, Deb, can I just intervene for a second? And if we've done a memo, could it be as simple as EQC approves the memo to go on to council? Because they have asked us for a recommendation, and so we put together a memo. So maybe EQC just says, we approve the memo. Yeah.
So you would basically just make that augmentation that we just talked about with the city's involvement. And now that we all agree, and let's just trust each other that you've done that correctly, then the motion would then be that we approve a motion to move forward with the memo to the city that with strategies around items 2, 4, and 6 for the climate action plan. With the EQC's assistance or whatever.
Can we divide this up and make one for 2, which I'll recuse myself from, and then a separate recommendation for items 4 and 6?
Yeah, they're two separate memos.
Yeah, so we'll approve the 2 memos separately, but it's one agenda item.
Okay.
So we'll just have to vote twice.
Okay. Yeah.
So go ahead, Deb, with your motion.
Okay, so
however,
do we want to say we approve the memo to move forward with item number 2 as it relates, or item number 2 involving public outreach efforts for gasoline reduction efforts in the city of Menlo Park, as per the memo, something like that.
I will second that. Do we want to call for a vote?
Yes, Commissioner Cabot,
Aye.
Commissioner Martin,
Aye.
Commissioner London,
Recusing myself.
Commissioner Price,
Aye.
Commissioner Gillard.
Aye.
A motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we would need if people feel they're ready for a different motion to address the other memo, this would be the time.
Does somebody else want to give a stab at it?
I wrote it, so I don't know. Can I do that? Yes? Okay. I move that we approve the memo covering CAP actions number 4 and 6 regarding VMT reduction and an adaptation planning with the amendments provided.
I second.
And are we ready to vote? Ms. Lucky, I think we're ready to vote.
Yes, so just to clarify, I just want to make sure I capture the amendments so it's on record. I think there.
Sure, you want me to do it?
Yeah.
Or you want to do it? Yeah. Okay, so the amendments are, we will remove the option of designating an EQC member to formally attend. That's right now, that's in the memo. So we'll strike that from the memo. And we will maintain the recommendation that Chris Lamb provide a quarterly update to council, and add the recommendation that council consider appointing a council member to attend the Sea Level Rise Agency meetings with an eye toward the possibility of them joining as a voting member if a position opened up, if a seat opens up.
Got it. Thank you.
Just one more thought on the amendment. Rather than mentioning people by name and are recommending that certain things happen, perhaps we recommend that the council ask for quarterly updates from staff.
That's better.
Because we're a recommending body, council's a action body, and the staff is the provider.
Yep, that makes sense. So now are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Cabot?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner London?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Gillard?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So, oh boy. So now we are on to the next agenda item. Good old C4. So we have discuss public engagement strategy for climate action plan strategies #1, existing buildings electrification, and #3, electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Is there, sorry, I think Ms. Lucky, you, I think you are going to introduce the item and introduce Clay Curtin as well.
Yeah, so I have Clay on standby if there's any, supporting questions about public engagement. But essentially what is going to go forward to City Council next month is to try to decide what public engagement will look like for building electrification and EV infrastructure, particularly since Candace talked earlier about EV charging at multifamily properties. And those are heavy lifts that require legal research. It requires analysis, cost-benefit analysis, examining risk and the impacts to certain stakeholders or many stakeholders for that matter. And so, I guess in looking at it, we've identified stakeholders, both advocates and potential challengers, or stakeholders that would be economically impacted and would have a challenge in implementing some of the strategies. And in looking at that, what we try to do is to try to figure out ways to get the information across, or try to figure out which actions, which kind of policy could we craft that has minimal impact on stakeholders. And there are lots of different ways of gathering that information. Traditionally, the city has looked at having workshops potentially to gather ideas with certain stakeholders, or having at-large community meetings where we invite stakeholders, or having small focus groups. Other areas include task force, where you get diverse members together to talk about potential policies and and potential impacts and how maybe to craft it, or you can find gaps too. If there's gaps that need to be filled as far as rebates and financing, then you can bring those stakeholders to the table, such as PCE, that could help bridge that gap for some of these policies. And so that's really where we're at, is looking at the different strategies that could make the policy successful. And at the end of the day, you know, there are potentially time trade-offs, although I would caveat that as the time trade-offs, you know, in just my experience of 10 years of local government, is that, you know, you don't, the process is the process. It's going to take as long as it takes. The key is, do you want the process to be upfront and successful, engaging people, or do you want the 11th hour kind of stakeholders coming to the table and then having to spend more time at the later end of things that we didn't foresee because we were unable to really intimately engage with these stakeholders at a level that was needed to develop the policy. So what's going to, again, be presented to council is looking at the various different public engagement options. So there, again, there's a traditional model of having meetings and consulting with folks on, you know, here's the different policy options. For example, for building retrofits, you know, we're looking at a burnout ordinance. What does that look like? How does that impact people? And where do we go from there? And how do we look at those impacts with the stakeholders? And we have been trialing a tier system. So, and the tier system doesn't necessarily lend itself, and Clay can chime in, it doesn't necessarily send itself to one particular option to choose, but it does help lend itself to identifying the stakeholders, which possible ways to really engage them. So you work with a lot of worksheets in that area. And so, again, just for building electrification, we're looking at different options. So there's, at the time of retrofit, you know, what would trigger having to upgrade your natural gas appliances to electric? You know, at the time of sale, some cities are looking at that. It sounded like the city of Santa Clara was actively looking at that. You know, Morgan Hill was a champion of that. I don't know how far they've gotten. And there's time-bound requirements by a certain year. It could be required, or as the subcommittee has looked at, turning off natural gas in the community. So again, there's a lot of different options, and what we're trying to do is find which mix of policy options, or which maybe one, would again have minimal impact on stakeholders and still achieve the 95% electrification of existing buildings. And so for EV infrastructure, is the same kind of analysis as you heard from Candace. It's, you know, do we require it? You know, do we start to ask existing property owners to provide charging at their site? Now, there's various ways to go about that. You know, you could do it remodels, you could do it at the time of sale. There could be other mechanisms that we still need to further research. But again, getting that stakeholder engagement early on is important. So that's what we're aiming to achieve. And the last thing I'll say is just the technicality, as you heard even from Candace's presentation, and trying to explain the problem and the layers is very difficult to come across in a community meeting. And to really bring people along with that whole analysis and that story of trying to come up with a solution, it really does require that interactive engagement. So I'll just leave it at that. Again, going to present options to City Council. I know, Clay, you're here. Thank you. If you have anything to chime in about public engagement with the commissioners, I'd appreciate that too. Thanks.
Hi, Rebecca. Thanks. I think you did a good job of summarizing it. And I think the commission heard from a member of the public earlier who was kind of hinting at, you know, their unfamiliarity or maybe interest in knowing how different programs will be brought to them, how they'll be informed, how they can be engaged for these. So I think especially for these bigger items, it'll be important for us to figure out how you want to achieve that.
take turns. Josie and Tom both had their hands raised.
I'm not sure if mine is a clarifying question or discussion, but from Clay, I guess I'm curious, do you have like a standard way that you are wanting to do this type of thing right now? Or are you sort of open to like different approaches? I mean, this probably, I don't know, but it seems like it'll be one of the bigger undertakings policy-wise in Menlo Park for a while.
Yes, Commissioner, I would agree. It sounds like a large undertaking, and I would recommend that we use the tiers model, as that's what the City Council has adopted. I don't think there's been any projects since that model was adopted by the City Council that has fully utilized it yet. But as Rebecca said, there are a lot of resources and guides available that kind of help us evaluate the landscape of the community, identify who and how needs to be engaged, and then ultimately it would be the City Council deciding at what level of engagement, like is the particular item something that we just want to inform the public? Is it something where we want to collaborate with the public? Or is it, something in between where we get their feedback, but the City Council will make the final decision?
Can you just give a really high level, like 3-sentence overview on what tiers is? Like, I understand sort of the traditional process, which is like you workshop, you get comments, you kind of refine, maybe you do a second workshop, and then you finalize. And then I understand the task force model, which is like you have this pre-assigned group that meets over, some series of meetings and like agrees on something. How does tiers, can you kind of summarize it at that level?
I can try. I mean, tiers is a 5-step process developed by the Institute for Local Government. And if you're familiar with the Institute for Public Participation, IAP2, they have a spectrum of engagement, which goes from inform to all the way to, that would be the minimum. That's where you just tell people what's going to happen. And the most is where people actually get to vote on what happens and the people decide. Usually we're at like a level 2 or 3, which is a consult or collaborate model. Tiers is really kind of even before we get to the engagement spectrum from IAP2. Tiers is a way of kind of assessing how much and how far and to whom we want to do engagement with. I don't know if that answers your question, but it's kind of a pre-process before you actually do the engagement, and it involves communications, it involves kind of a stakeholder landscape analysis, and then the key thing throughout all of this is you only want to ask for input if you're prepared to use it. Don't go to the community and ask for input and basically give them false impressions of what you actually want from them and what they're going to have a say in. Because the key thing is to not, you want to meet expectations, you want to clearly state them and meet them.
Yes, Tom.
See, I had one clarifying question. Just what is the difference between having workshops and having at-large meetings?
Rebecca, do you want to answer that? Or, I mean, to me, just again, it doesn't change the outcome. It's just a different way of doing that engagement. If you're, sometimes meetings are more, you're just informing people. Maybe you're answering questions. Maybe you're getting feedback that way. Whereas a workshop is more hands-on. You're getting suggestions, ideas, brainstorming. It's just a more interactive way of engaging.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
and I would just add that the expectation then is that you're going to use that feedback from the workshop versus the general large meetings.
Okay, then I think I'm beginning to see then the differences between at-large meetings where you're mostly informing folks, and then workshops where you are working back and forth with information and it's going both ways. You're gathering information to refine projects, and then a task force to me looks like it is a drawn out series of meetings where people continue to have back and forth information flow and continued resolving and probably repeat appearances at the meeting sets. Is that what the three are?
Yes, I would say that is essentially what it is. I mean, if you want to look at and Clay, again, you can chime in, the difference between a workshop and a task force. I mean, both of those can take just as long. I mean, what, again, we're trying to look at is the highest rate of success. Where could we get that? And, you know, will a workshop where we take input and then maybe don't speak to them, you know, until we're ready to draft an ordinance and kind of come back, is that going to work? Or do these stakeholders want to be more collaborative? I think that's the question is, you know, do they want to be consulted at a workshop? Because that's really, again, Clay, correct me if I'm off here, but a workshop would be more of a consult. We want to receive your ideas. We may or may not use them. Whereas in a task force, it's very collaborative. Tell us what the issues are. Tell us how we could potentially craft these policies where it will have minimal impact on you, and then provide a recommendation to council and have them work through the technical information. And, you know, I mean, I've been fielding calls on the CAP action items just from stakeholders that are concerned about the economic impact and the viability of technology. And, you know, again, can that come through in a workshop? You know, can it come through in a task force meeting? I think those are the things we're trying to weigh.
Right. I wonder if there's a variation which would be task force meetings with follow-up, where the follow-up is, could be, you know, everyone's invited to additional task force meetings to dig deeper and keep working that information back and forth so that they're able to contribute to the solution. You know, so long as everyone knows the goal is coming up with a plan for 95% conversion by 2030, then they're all working on that. Like, what is the mechanism they want for 95% conversion by 2030?
And I just want to remind everybody that we're just going to ask clarifying questions now because we haven't taken public comment yet. So
yeah, and just yeah, and then just to clarify, you know, I don't think we envision this as just either a task force and that's it, or a community workshop. And there will be additional engagement. So the one part is, do we want to start with collaboration and then go to consult, right? So the task force or workshops kind of help us shape what a policy might look like, and then we still have to go out and maybe consult with others because it is such a big ask, and that we may be unsure whether other stakeholders would be on board with what the people that attended the workshop or in the task force are proposing. So I think there will be different levels of engagement throughout the process.
Are there any other clarifying questions before we take public comment? I'm going to take the silence and no hands as no. So Ms. Lucky, do you want to call for public comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So for members of the public who are in attendance and wish to provide public comments, if you want to speak on this item, please engage the raised hand feature, which is next to your name in the participants list. I will then have the ability to open your microphone, and then you can provide your comment to the EQC on this item. And with that, I do see one raised hand. Mr. Edmonds, I have unmuted you. You should be able to, you might need to unmute your microphone. Thanks.
Yes, okay. Thank you for this further opportunity. I have listened to this meeting and the last EQC meeting, and just to compress everything into one phrase, I would say that I'm hearing that you're hell-bent on electrifying everything. And I've heard tonight about banning gasoline sales in the city, and just recently about cutting off gas supply to buildings and homes. So my question is, what provision are you planning for the community, stakeholders, residents, on the occasions when we have power cuts, whether those are accidental because some trees have fallen onto power lines, or if they are deliberate and planned by PG&E, as has happened recently because of fire dangers and so forth. What do we do in a power cut? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. We appreciate your comment. So with Mr. Edmonds' comment and the opening, I don't know what to call it, it's not a presentation, the opening summary, we can turn it over to discussion. Does somebody want to open up the discussion?
Yeah, I think, oh, sorry, Tom, I didn't raise my hand. I just started talking. Go ahead. Tom raised his hand. He should go first.
Thank you. Well, we're all definitely seeing that climate change is upon us and that we have to get moving, and that we also are recognizing it will take a large amount of cooperation, that we are going to have to bring the public along with us in the effort to make progress on the climate. And so we know we will have to be doing outreach, but we also have to, the maximum value can be created by moving swiftly before we're overtaken by the problems. So we need to try to figure out how can we achieve maximum satisfaction in the outreach so that people hear about the issues we're addressing and have their chance to inform it and help us reach the goals, 95% electrification, etc. And people get a chance, especially folks who have big concerns about those strategies and need to have their concerns addressed, and need to really understand that we're looking at that and need to be able to help us craft better proposals. So I see the need for thorough outreach. But I wonder if it can be done in ways that are inclusive, more inclusive than defined task forces, and rapid as well, so that we get we complete the outreach process in time to propose useful policies that can be replicated by other cities.
Thank you. And Josie, and then I think Deb, did you raise your hand? Maybe not.
Yeah, I would agree with Tom. I think, this is a challenging problem. Climate change is a challenging problem. How to move forward with bold policy is challenging. How to bring the public along is challenging. Fast is important here, I think. The cap was approved in July. Here we are in September. What the council approved was for this to be done within the course of a year, right? So that these 3 cap actions be completed by July 2021, so that we can go back and try to bring more of the cap actions online. So urgency is important, or pace is important. I think I struggle because I can see a big gap between people's understanding that we have a huge problem, right? We're breathing all the smoke, but then their understanding of what they need to do and the level of knowledge, even, sometimes reflected in our meetings, there's a gap there. And so how do you kind of fill that gap? I think people kind of think oh, I'm going to have to do things like recycling, kind of on that level of life change, behavior change. Whereas, the level of effort is going to be much greater than that. And I think we need to kind of reset and reframe that for people. the threat to our economy is similar to the threat of a war like World War II. It's very similar in terms of this issue will bankrupt countries. This issue it's already killing people. So the effort to counter the threat is probably going to have to be similar in terms of like converting a huge chunk of our economy to deal with climate change, just as we did for World War II. So I think we need to reframe the issue for people. So I do think that's important, right? To get their buy-in and to bring them along and to educate them. And I don't know how best to do that, but I feel like we need to do it quickly. And just in the way that, when the day after Pearl Harbor happened, Roosevelt declared war, like we have a mechanism in government for responding quickly to an urgent problem. Someone didn't say, well, let's put a task force together to decide whether we should declare war, right? It just happened the next day. So our government has a way to deal with urgent problems. This one is getting into the track of, we need new park benches. What do we think about that? Let's get the public involved in thinking about it. And that can be like a 2-year process. And I feel like with this issue, it needs to be more in the category of pandemic, war, as opposed to the category of choosing park benches. And so I feel like we need a different track, a faster track, and a faster way to act. And yet I think we need to bring the public along. So I'm just putting that out there, that I kind of wish we had a different mechanism.
I think I know I share the concerns as well around wanting to make sure that that people are engaged and understand, and at the same time we do know that we need to move faster. And one of the things that stands out to me is when we were working on the REACH codes, and as a group we collectively left out by design stoves, because we knew that that was an area where there was a lot of public concern, and we didn't want the whole REACH code to stop because of stoves. But yet, when the item went before us and when it went before City Council, almost every comment was about stoves and people's concern around stoves. And then we repeatedly would say, no, stoves are not a part of this. But I think it's both the people's level of awareness and education, but it's also just that I was so shocked by the sheer confusion about what it was we were actually talking about and what it was we were actually putting forward. That I think I'm also very sensitive to the fact that there was just so much room for misinterpretation, and that was a pretty straightforward recommendation, and some of these are not. And so what are the best tools we have in our tool belt to address that, so that we don't run into a situation where we have council considering something and people really aren't informed on what that is, and show up not having that information. Because we've been there too with the looking at the heritage tree appeals and people's sense of the information of what does it mean to be a city, a tree city, or what does it mean to, there's just a lot of misunderstanding. And then I think we all know that. I don't know that I know exactly how we should move forward, but I think that we do have experts who know, and maybe it's up to us in this situation to, what is it similar to, like, what would we want someone to have a filter for on the VMTs that we talked about earlier? What's the filter on this? And I think the filter is like, what I hear us saying is, how do we make sure that we move at a pace that's relevant for the issue at hand? And at the same time, how do we bring people along so that when this does come before council, when Menlo Park is making decisions, we are, how we make sure people are informed so that that those decisions can be made efficiently at that time. Josie.
So this is totally out of the box, but Clay, I'd be interested in your thoughts on this. I feel like this is a very technical issue and there's so much misperception. I mean, the fossil fuel industry has spent literally hundreds of millions of dollars to confuse people and to provide a bunch of just misinformation, disinformation, really. What if whatever it was that we were putting together, could we put together just like a 2-minute explanation video, you know, like if we decide we're not talking about stoves, like we're not talking about stoves, so that in 2 minutes someone could quickly understand what is it we're talking about. All these technologies are readily available. There are rebates to pay for them. Like just very succinctly kind of explain what we're doing, why we're doing it, that's authoritative, and that then could maybe close that gap a little bit. You know, maybe someone wouldn't watch the video, but those who are interested could be pointed toward it, so that when they have these types of questions that are just misunderstanding the basic facts, those could be dispelled. What has that ever been done? Could you see doing that?
Yeah, I mean, to be most effective, you need to tailor the message to your audience. And I think using a variety of different mediums would be effective. And video is one of the most effective.
So I would be in favor of that. It seems to me, you know, it's potentially cheap. I mean, as opposed to like having 10 workshops and that type of thing. You know, you make the video, you put it out there. When someone calls with a question, you know, Rebecca, you could say, hey, watch this video. It's going to give you all this information.
Janelle.
I love that idea. And it could also be, you know, people learn in different ways. So for some people, it could be a recording. For some people, it could be a one-pager. For some people, it could be infographics, however people learn best. And then I also think about public opinion polling, so we can understand ahead of time what are the obstacles we're likely to encounter. I know there's through SurveyMonkey, you can do very inexpensive polling. Although I guess if you targeted it, it might be a little more expensive, but it's not, it's something that can happen incredibly quickly and it's not that expensive. So I don't know if that will arm us with what we need to address the most common questions, or we just have our first meeting or whatever, they all come out. I don't know. But yeah, I agree with what people have said, that we have to address this urgently and we need to bring people along from wherever they are. So I guess part of that is finding out where are they. And then, yeah, level setting. Like Josie, you did a phenomenal job, I think, laying out the situation for City Council about the urgency of adopting a cap that was aggressive. Really, really good job of setting the framework. However, there were still some conversation after that where people seem to forget that framing. So I don't know.
Thank you. And I think I saw the assistant managers popped in the meeting, so I don't know if this is an appropriate time to ask him to share any thoughts he has on this and his experience in city government as well. And I think you might be on mute, Nick.
Good evening, commissioners. My apologies, that was for an earlier staff meeting where we were trying to bridge the gap.
Somehow we still can't hear you. You're really quiet.
Yeah, there you go.
My apologies, commissioners. My earlier today, the Administrative Services Department had its weekly meeting, and we're trying to liven things up a little bit by providing an interesting background. And today's theme was favorite dessert. So now you know cupcakes are my favorite dessert. Again, Nick Pegueros, Assistant City Manager. I just did not want to interrupt the conversation, so I could be here as a resource to provide my perspective to the extent that that's of value, and hoping to how the city manager's office sees the multiple issues facing the city council. If you watched the city council's meeting last night, or if you've been following city council, we've met every week for the last many weeks. I can't even recall. And the meetings going forward are just seem to be longer and longer. And so there are a number of items before the council. This clearly will be one of those items that the council wants to see back to them. And so to the extent that my experience with them and the process is helpful, I'm here at your pleasure. Thank you.
So, yes, Josie.
Rebecca, you mentioned earlier that you had gotten some calls from people when after the cap was passed. Just as a commissioner, I haven't heard from anybody. I've had some speaking opportunities, and I mostly hear positive things, although some of these misperception type of things, which I'm, so I'm starting to see some patterns to some of the things that people maybe misunderstand. But mostly, I've gotten positive feedback from the people who were concerned. Can you, how is it, like 5 calls or 20 calls, and is there a pattern to what you're hearing?
Yes, I mean, I've had multiple conversations, and I think, everyone's aware, and it's, there's specialized industries in Menlo Park, and I think there's concern around whether technology is available to make the transition to electric for some industries, and just understanding how they can participate in the public engagement process, and just very curious if any ordinances were being drafted or made already. And so basically I've just been informing that there will be a public engagement process that hasn't been decided upon, which kind of engagement process. The city council could decide not to have one, although that would be very non-traditional. And so and I think it's people that have been closely following it. We did, when the cap was adopted, we did email out to stakeholders in the business community and others to inform them of the cap. And so I think they're just kind of circling back around to see where the progress is, and to try to make sure that, their impacts are analyzed thoroughly and that they're engaged.
And just for my clarification, industries, you said there was industries. Would it be more like developers or like specific kinds of restaurants or?
Right, so I think it's property owners of existing buildings. So not necessarily developers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And not contractors either, but yeah, again, mainly the property owners.
And more commercial or residential?
I would say commercial at this point, but again, I think when we adopted the cap, there was a premise of these were high level areas that we're going to explore more. So and I think that was a lot of the comfort that the city council had, and the public at that time too, that nothing was getting adopted that night, but that it would be explored later on, and there would be a public engagement process. That was what we committed to at that meeting when the cap was adopted. And I think that's the expectation we have set already.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I guess I have a question for Clay or for Nick, but when in your experience, when cities that you've worked with have had urgent issues, and I know climate change is a bit different because it's in some ways it's very intangible, but it's also very urgent. How have you seen cities approach public engagement that might have been different from how they've, are there different tools that you can deploy in a situation with this heightened sense of urgency that are not as much as like the pandemics, like don't go outside, shelter in place kind of ordinance?
Commissioner, I don't know if I completely understood all the question, but I think you're trying to weigh the difference between a directive and more of a collaboration, right?
Yeah, and I'm trying to understand if you were trying to move collaboration faster, or when have you seen efforts that weren't directive that moved the public along with the issue, but were under scenarios of great urgency?
I personally haven't. Usually, if you're going to collaborate, you take the time, and it's a longer process versus a directive, which is, you're just telling people how it's going to be, and that's very clear cut in a public health emergency, and you're, relaying public health guidance or orders. But in most instances, we don't have the ability to do that. We have to engage and get feedback and go through a public and a political process before decision makers will feel comfortable to make a decision one way or the other. And sometimes that is in line with public opinion, and sometimes the policymakers have to make a decision that's for the greater public good, even if a vocal minority is against it. So half the time, you're dealing with the public, but a larger part of the process is getting the policymakers to a point where they're ready to make a decision.
Right.
I would defer to Nick to.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to Clay's point, I think the guiding principle that we have as public policy or public administration professionals is that we ultimately, the voters ultimately make the decision, and they make the decision either in the election of their city council members, or they can make direct legislative decisions in going insofar as to overturn decisions that or codes that the council may have approved in the past. So to Mr. Curtin's comment, collaboration is really the only path to success. And to the point of encouraging folks to sort of do the right thing. I don't know the exact statistic in Menlo Park, but we see nationally that getting folks to wear masks has been a very challenging issue, and that is a very real and present danger to us as a society and as individuals. And so, the polarization that we see on the national level, it seems as though we're either one camp or another is what I tend to read. And I'm not suggesting that that's the case here with the city of Menlo Park and on climate change, but we are seeing that on a number of levels. So I just want to point that out.
Thank you. Josie, did you want to talk, or Tom raised his hand now? Do you want him to go? I'm just not sure what the order is at this point.
Tom can go. I can.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow on with what Nick brought up. I think when it comes to the actions required to address climate change, in a way they're fairly parallel to wearing masks during the pandemic, in that the mask protected other people. And none of us knew if we were the infected ones, and if we would wear the mask, we would be more certain of protecting other people. The mask was not to protect ourselves by wearing it. And so that's why it runs into an interesting dilemma. Now, acting on climate change and electrifying your building is something that helps protect society. And by taking a leadership role, Menlo Park may inspire others. And if we inspire enough and it cascades, as we are seeing evidence like just last night in Redwood City, when they adopted a Menlo Park style reach code referencing Menlo Park a dozen times during their meeting for why they're doing what they're doing. But if we're able to get the ball rolling with some bold policies, we can have a chance at making seawalls work, and we can have a chance at preserving the low-lying elevations of Menlo Park. People need to understand that they need to start working on either fighting climate change or organizing the retreat. And this idea that they're going to somehow avoid those two choices is not a reasonable forward-looking idea. So bringing them to a workshop and helping them explore that, and then seeing what they can do to help us craft reasonable ways to do the fight, that would be helpful. But so far, people are having a hard time confronting the magnitude of the problem that they need to solve, and they think it's just going to be inconvenient during a power outage.
Oh, yes, Josie.
Yeah, I was going to sort of say, because, I think with climate change, we're facing something in terms of the economic devastation that's many times greater than COVID. It's going to kill many more people than COVID. And yet, like, the time to act is now, and the impact is going to be, like, the full impact of what the stuff we emit from our devices today will actually be felt in 30 years from now. So there's this incredible time disconnect, but in terms of like the magnitude of the issue and therefore the urgency with which we act, like we should be doing things like sheltering in place and wearing masks, like at that level of activity now to prevent the thing in 30 years. But because there's that lag, we're not, it's harder to make the case that we need directives. But that's probably actually what we need to really address the issue. So it's like just this huge conundrum. But then again, Nick, you weren't here when we were talking about this, but I also totally recognize this gap in understanding and knowledge. And then what Tom just said, which is people just don't understand yet that they can't, like we're going to have to give up Belhaven, or we're going to have to really buckle down and electrify everything. Like you can't have both.
So oh, go ahead, Deb.
Yeah, I just, I've been just listening a lot to this, so I know I haven't been very vocal, but I just kind of want to bring it back to, I think we're trying to, this is just some of the thoughts I'm thinking. I think we're trying to come up with a strategy for public outreach, discuss public engagement strategy. I'm hearing that we need to move fast, which doesn't always happen, obviously, with public engagement, but my thought about this is that I want to try to frame this up in the context of everything else, because I do think that that's important. And quite frankly, I've seen in just my own world where we've had to do a little bit different timing and cadence on some really key messaging because of the broader context. So we've actually had to wait for some very big sustainability campaigns that we were running, that my husband was running at his company. They made a conscientious effort to hold off because of the context. So what I'm thinking about is like our public right now, we're dealing with one crisis after another. And I know that we all get that this is a crisis, but our people can't breathe, which, obviously that falls right into climate change. They're stressed about COVID. There's civil rights sort of movement underway. So I think that we have to be, in order to be successful here, and it might not be like what everybody wants to hear, but I think we need public engagement. We need to get we need to hear what they're saying. We need to help educate them. Directives aren't going to work right now, I don't think. I mean, just being this sort of, we just need to kind of come up with a strategy that gets the word out to the public, whether it's workshops, videos, infographics, whatever. But I mean, we're going to need to just go through a period of time that says, let's get the word out, and whatever that may be, but there's no way to do this without that. So I'm not sure where we have a lot of good discussion going, but I'm trying to understand where it's going. Like, what are we recommending here? Maybe would be helpful. Yes, Janelle?
I would just want to echo Deb's strong sentiment and just point out that Menlo Park has never exercised kind of our bully pulpit, our ability to communicate with our own citizens. Our website does not do that. We don't have, a strong social media presence. We really have, I think, room and as Deb's pointing out, the necessity to build up, our ability to communicate with the residents of Menlo Park if we want to get them to understand where we are with all this. So it seems like we do want to bring them along and yeah, anyway, just like Deb said, I just don't know if we can do it without community engagement that includes a real strong educational communications presence that is, in the time of COVID, it's going to have to be a lot of it online. And so we we got a world of room to be very effective. And I've seen other cities be effective with their websites and their social media. So maybe some efforts focused there would pay off really well.
Yeah, I just want to further comment on that too, is that our city kind of expects that. Like Janelle and I have been around long enough to know, like, they expect engagement. The minute you don't do that and you start kind of forcing through things and making it like more of a directive, remember that what Nick said earlier, the votes, right? We have a city council that's been voted in. I see a lot of movement with them. They've been great. Let's not get them voted out by like trying to move things fast, getting the public upset. I mean, we've heard from the public today, they have concerns. And as passionate as we are about this, we need to hear their concerns, and we need to weave in a clever process where all voices are heard in one way or another. Otherwise, it's not, I just don't see this as being a successful outcome. So I think that, I don't know how much more we have to discuss on this item tonight, but I think we need to just very much support a mindful public engagement strategy. And it might take a long time. It might take months, but we are going to need to do it. That's just the way I see it.
So given the comments, and I think given the question on the table, which is the item on the agenda is to discuss the public engagement strategy. Right now, the public engagement strategy specifically has not been finalized, I believe. Is that correct? So this is our opportunity to share our concerns with Clay, with Nick, with Rebecca, to have it be included in their perspective. And what I hear us saying is, we recognize the importance of public engagement. We recognize we live in a city where people expect to be, they expect to have knowledge, so they want to be informed about what's going on. And we also understand this issue is more technical than other issues. And so we recognize that there's a need to find ways to simplify that information, and having to combat companies that spend a lot of money on misinformation. And we know we don't have that kind of money. So I think you're hearing a lot of the different perspective from the EQC. I'm not sure, and if there are other things that people want to raise, but I think we're raising issues of time, issues of consideration on education, and also on, if there are areas where we can be directive, can we consider those opportunities, but being very mindful of the fact that, I mean, I think we hear the power outage comment at least once every meeting where we talk about things related to electrification. So I don't know what motion we're looking for coming out of this, but I think we have had a rich discussion on raising concerns to the staff who are here. Is there a motion we should put forward? Josie, did you want to say something?
I just have one other question. So I come from the private sector, marketing, and we would, if launching a new product, for example, we would do like focus groups, and we could pull those together pretty quickly, where we gather people together, we give them a bunch of information, we ask for their input. We could do 5 of those in a weekend. What about an approach like that, where we're really rapid cycle, 2-hour presentation or 1 hour presentation, 1 hour kind of input, but just do a bunch of them back to back in a very compressed period of time? Is that ever been done? Is that a possibility?
I don't know if that's been done in Menlo Park. It's definitely one of the strategies that's part of the TIERS program and communications outreach that would be considered. I don't know if we're prepared to do that, but it's an interesting idea.
Deb?
Yeah, one other approach I think would be good is that I would try to be mindful of the audience. And so they are not going to be necessarily technical. They're going to be like more like, what's in it for me? Like, what am I having to be honest, like, what am I having to give up? Like, that's what a lot of people are going to think. So, so we need to kind of approach it in a simple way of speaking directly to the audience of, maybe there's some sessions that are just more basic, and it's like, here's what you as a citizen, here's how this would impact you, or here's what we want to hear from you, and tee it up, not getting into lots of technical. There could be other workshops that are a deeper dive, more technical, but I would not try to accomplish all. I would have almost different audiences and slightly different way that you approach that, because you don't want to flood with just a ton of technical and confusion. So I think maybe looking at ways to do this, that's maybe one's like a 101 session, like very basic high level, and then it can tier up from there into the getting into the weeds. And that way it gives something to everyone, the more sophisticated stakeholder versus the, you know, the people who are misinformed and need to be kind of steered in, you know, a different direction, like make it more clear to them. So that could be an approach.
Yeah.
Rebecca?
So I would just add, I mean, for a focus group that's back to back, you know, we'd have to consider the city resources that would be needed to, you know, perform that kind of a task. And then also, again, what are we trying to gain out of it? Is it a consult? Is it a collaborative approach? And that's the city council still needs to decide on. And you know, I think I've had a lot of conversations with the commissioners on this, which is, you know, at the end of the day, what are we also trying to accomplish with public engagement? You know, if it's just trying to get their feedback, that's one thing. But if we're trying to bring people to the table together to collaborate and actually try to change the minds of peers, like, so people who may have not advocated for these things, but are ready to have their minds changed about it by working together in different groups, I think that's very powerful. And you know, there have been instances where we can see that happening. And again, there's always trade-offs in between all of those. You know, but in my experience, you know, especially with green building, you know, and working in various communities, like, it's never been Rebecca standing up there and saying, hey, do this, this is what we need to do. It's more of, you know, having the actual building industry come to the table, one of them at least, who's a peer, who says, this is totally doable, it's financially doable, I don't understand why you guys aren't doing this, or guys or ladies. So, I mean, that's really changed the whole scenario in a flip of a coin, rather than having to reiterate all of that education. People trust their peers from their industries, from their same level of, you know, values or backgrounds.
Josie.
Just one other thing that I haven't really brought up with the group, but someone who's running for city council asked me to do a Q&A on climate, 60 minutes, it was Zoom, it was just the two of us talking. 40 people came and listened to this thing for an hour, and you know, the comments afterward were, oh, okay, now I get it, and like, hey, I want to join what you're doing, and you know, I get it now, it's like EV electrification. So it was interesting how in an hour we were able to, like, and I don't know where these people started, but what they communicated via email was like, I get it now, right? So maybe it's like a not representative group, but it gave me hope that when you get the information in front of people, that they actually, and you present sort of the things that we've been talking about and good data to them, that they actually can be moved. And I kind of see that as our biggest challenge. Like, once people are presented with the conundrum we're in, the options that we have, the rebates, the technology, it's all there. You know, once you present all that, I've been impressed at like how actually you can get people pretty quickly to the place where you need to get them.
So it sounds like we're sharing some things that have worked in our worlds from people's experiences working on sustainability issues, but not necessarily from the city point of view, which is great. Are there other areas that we want to talk about around discussion here? Or it sounds like again, I'm just coming back to the question of the motion. It seems to me like what we're doing is we're more having a discussion and sharing concerns and questions, and also sharing some experiences that we've had with the city staff who are here, and then hearing from their point of view of what they feel like are best practices in this space, coming from the perspective of somebody serving in city government. I'm not sure what if there is a motion, I'm not sure what it is, but I do think it's a really healthy conversation. I just also want to be mindful of time and everything else, and say, do we feel like we've come to a place where we feel comfortable with city staff moving, do we feel heard and we feel like we're at a place where we feel comfortable having staff go and put the public engagement plan forward that they would then bring to council?
I'd love to consider having a motion. I don't know if that was not what you wanted, Rebecca, but if there was a motion, at least so we just, as a group, can kind of put on the record what we'd like to see, like the urgency of it. We want it to happen in this time frame. We want some solution that happens in this time frame. We do recognize that the public needs to be brought along, so we think that's reaching the maximum number of people, trying to bridge the knowledge gap that we think is there, and to counter some of the disinformation that people have had. Those would be things, if we did a motion, I would put forward as possibilities.
Yep.
This seems so meaty to me. I don't even know where to begin. We've had other discussions like this at meetings, and we don't have to come away with a motion. I don't know that we need a motion on this. This has been discussion points, and I just feel like I'm not quite certain what the motion is, or would that be helpful to the city? Rebecca, would it be helpful to have a motion, or should we just leave this as a fruitful discussion? And like I'm just thinking of past cases where we've had discussions like this and we haven't had a motion. So do we need one? Would it be helpful to you, Rebecca, to have a motion?
So I mean, I think it's up to the EQC if that is the direction. As Clay stated, we're piloting the tiers public engagement strategy, and we'll present different options to City Council. So if the EQC desires to weigh in on that, they certainly can.
Janelle.
I favor a motion. I think that we've had a really good discussion and we've come to some agreement on some general principles that we should express. We used to never have EQC meetings that went anywhere near this long, and to have put all these resources and time, and I'm starving to death, I really need to pee, we're going to have these discussions and not encapsulate it and have it be something that carries forth. I feel like that's a missed opportunity. So I don't know, maybe you guys don't feel like we're at a place where we can agree on one, but I kind of feel like we have expressed kind of uniform sentiments that this has to happen quickly, and we have to bring along as many people as possible, but we're not going to we're not going to go with kind of the traditional city process of taking a very long time. We simply don't have that much time. So we're going to have to figure out how to go faster. And maybe that's allocating some expertise, some resources that we have to figure out a way to fund. I don't know what it is, but this is like unprecedented times call for crazy measures, and we kind of need to get this done faster than the city normally does.
So let me see if I can summarize. So I'm hearing there's a desire, it's a very meaty issue, and we could pick out some areas where we feel like as an EQC, we have consensus on a motion we'd like to put forward to be included as part of the process that staff are considering as they're putting this engagement plan together. And where it sounds like there's agreement is on two fronts. One, the issues are very technical and require clear education and explanation. Two, we know that there are concerns in the public, and we believe the educational component's important. And three, that while there may not be clear examples of how this has been effective in the past, we would like to challenge the council and the city to find ways to move at a pace that addresses the gravity of climate change.
That's perfect. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. Gravity and urgency. Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
I so move.
Can you just, what is the motion then? The motion is to have a time-bound, like a time-bound process. Let's just get the nitty-gritties of it.
And I just want to clarify, we are advising, I think Ryan, you said we're advising staff, or we're like, actually our job is to advise council. So yeah, I feel like the motion is, we recommend that council choose a public engagement strategy for climate action plan, or sorry, for the burnout ordinance, actions number 1 and 3,
1 and
burnout
3.
ordinance and EV charger proliferation. And then Ryan, to you, what you said. Recognizing that these are very technical issues which require
technical issues require education, and also requiring them to be addressed with the urgency and the gravity of the issue at hand with climate change.
Yeah, and I would say, and to be open to exploring novel approaches that can meet both objectives, urgent, knowledge gap. Such as, and some of the things we talked about, right? Like a video to bridge the knowledge gap, or the rapid focus groups, or whatever, like just to be open to novel approaches.
If there's some way we could weave in, then I think you might have done it, Ryan, but just the idea of having the message be kind of geared to the audience. So like maybe there's different levels of detail on the technical, because I think it can't be a one size fits all. So I think you had said that in your motion about it is technical, but we don't want to go in out the gate with just a big technical outreach to the broader community at large, right? It has to be better delineated and right sized. So how do you guys think we should word that? Just multiple approaches to stakeholders and their level of understanding, or
their level of understanding and their concerns. Like, I think we've gotten a good taste of what some of the concerns are. I'm sure there's a lot that we don't know, but we definitely have recognized some of the concerns are very much due to misinformation, and some of the concerns are very much due to the technical nature of that person's world, essentially, like SRI versus person being like, oh no, if we lose power, my dryer won't work. Well, your dryer doesn't work now if you lose power, so it's not really an issue.
Yeah, and I would add, consider engaging outside expertise in messaging in particular, because this is tricky. It's very tricky, and I know we don't have any funds to do that, but maybe we can find a way.
Well, what I hear is that we really want, our recommendation is that council find a way to support staff to make this happen at a rapid pace, and at a way in which we know our city is going to feel well informed about a really technical issue where there are a lot of divergent concerns.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
So going back to the motion, Josie, you were making your motion, and then we had some more discussion. Would you like to go back to your motion?
I can't just say I so move. I don't know. Rebecca, you're the one sort of writing it down. Do you feel like you have the gist of it? Do you want to read it back to us, or do you need someone to repeat it?
I don't have the gist of it, so I think it'd be helpful. I thought a lot of things were added in.
I can start it. The EQC recommends that council select a public engagement process for CAP actions 1 and 3 that addresses the urgency of the issue and therefore can be completed quickly, but also
gravity. Throw in the gravity.
Okay, maybe switch to Ryan at this point.
The gravity, so that the EQC recommends that City Council adopt a public engagement strategy for numbers 1 and 3 that addresses the gravity of the issue, the urgency of the need, and the
knowledge gap.
The knowledge gap, yeah, and the knowledge gap that exists in our community, and the expectation that our community be informed. And that this may call for unprecedented or novel approaches to public engagement.
I like it.
So,
okay, so that was my motion.
Is there a second?
I was second. Am I muted?
Okay, and then let's give Rebecca a minute to catch up before we vote.
Okay. Commissioner Cabot,
Aye.
Commissioner Martin,
Hold on.
Aye. Sorry. Aye.
Commissioner London,
Aye.
Commissioner Price,
Aye.
Commissioner Gillard.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Great. And I thank you, Nick and Clay for joining us, and Rebecca as always.
Thank
I
you.
do think we've reached an hour where we should not take on a new agenda item, and so I'm going to recommend that we move the final agenda item under regular business to the next meeting.
What was that agenda item?
It's that's the chair's presentation to the city council. If that's okay with everybody.
Yes.
I think we're moving on the items that are of most urgent need from our perspective. So I'm comfortable with that if you guys are.
When do you present? Yeah, I'm good with
Yeah,
that.
that was my question too. Is the timing okay for you?
I think I'm not on the agenda yet.
No. Okay. So we have time.
Yeah, we have time.
And yes, let's move it.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 hours, I think, is enough.
Okay. So with that, sorry, let me just return really quickly. Are there any, do we have any upcoming agenda items? Are there any reports or anything like that that we should know about at this time?
No reports, but are we requesting agenda items for the next meeting? Is that happening yet on the?
You
Rebecca,
can. Yeah, I mean, I did hear from the public comment about the 1,000 El Camino.
I thought that was on our agenda.
It is, but
Okay.
we could be moved up because we usually get an annual report from the city arborist.
Yeah.
So that's where it normally fits in.
So yeah. So
I'll
okay.
check out with the city arborist on that.
Okay. Because yeah, I've seen it on our list. Is there anything else? Yes, Deb.
So I just want to echo what Peter said earlier, and I think I've asked this before. I'm really genuinely interested in getting a full and detailed plan from Canopy about how they're using or deploying those 70 trees that were promised to our stakeholders. We spent a lot of time on that particular heritage tree appeal, and I think we owe it to ourselves and to the city after the rigorous process we went through to follow up and make sure that was done. So I really want to get somebody from Canopy. I want to see the plan. I want a presentation. I want to allow at least 15, 20 minutes on our agenda to have that articulated to us and to the public.
And to Deb's point, sorry, Josie, and then I just want to make sure, so we talked about it as part of the city arborist presentation. Would Christian be joined by somebody from Canopy as part of that? Or should it be a separate item?
There's multiple ways of going about it. I would probably suggest that one of your former commissioners is now on the board of Canopy. And so it may be good to reach out and have them come and present on it in more detail.
Yeah.
Otherwise, our city arborist would give the update that we received from Canopy of what they're doing with the funds that were allocated to them as a result of the removal of the redwood trees on 1,000 El Camino Real. So, I mean, It depends. I mean, Christian could give the update entirely, or if you do want two separate ones from the city arborist and Canopy, I think it would be good to reach out to Canopy, either the chair or the vice chair.
I'm just gonna put out my vote that I think it needs a special, like it needs to be shown on our agenda, not wrapped into a city arborist report, but a specific line item thing that says, here's what we're doing with the, here's the 70 tree deployment for City of Menlo Park presented by Canopy. So I think it's important for our stakeholders, and it's important that we decouple it from Christian. I think it's important on the optics. So just because that was such a controversial and divisive issue. And so I would really like us to get Canopy to do that.
Okay. Would the chair or vice chair like to maybe reach out to former Commissioner Marshall to see if he'd like to come and present? I mean, the city, I'm just trying to kind of wade
Yeah.
between
So I'm happy
the
to do that,
invitations.
or Janelle, if you want to. But I think that makes sense, and I know we've had comments for people requesting that, so I think that totally makes sense. So Janelle, just let me know if you feel strongly. Otherwise, I can reach out. Okay, and then Josie, you were raising your hand, I think, for another item.
Yeah, per Deb's suggestion last time, which was they used to have people come to EQC, you know, and present different things. So I've had like a few people contact me, and Ryan, you said to forward them on to you, which I have done. And I just wanted to check that you're talking to them or whatever. They're going to show up on the agenda or something.
Yes, they will. So I haven't done anything yet, but I will. And I think it's mostly because I knew there was so much coming for this meeting that we weren't going to have space. But moving forward, I think that may shift. And yes, that would be the plan. So the two things are the guest pool that we've built and then the 1,000 El Camino. Are there any other items to consider?
Can I just say something?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm really proud of what we're doing on climate change. You know, it was a 5-hour meeting, but we're really at the cutting edge here. And I really appreciate everyone's so thoughtful, from staff to all the commissioners. I just really appreciate what everyone's doing. And I feel really proud to be a part of it. So.
Me too.
Yeah, and also just from my perspective, because I've been on the EQC for a long time, I think that there was a lot of groundwork laid early on with previous commissions and it was a slow bit of a slog, but I mean, I feel like year over year, I've just seen such tremendous improvement from everywhere, from the staff, the council, the EQC. So like we have really ramped up and come a long way. Like Janelle can attest to that as well, because she's been on for a while. But I mean, really, it is very impressive. And I mean, Josie and Tom, I know you just took the real, like you went into the weeds and you pretty much presented a consultant level, document for us. And so, and I know others have worked on it too, but I just get the sense that you guys really dove into a lot of the details and all the research you did. And so it is phenomenal. I mean, it really is a great thing. So I'm also proud, and I'm really grateful to have you guys. This is a great commission.
Okay,
I echo that. This is an amazing EQC. We have an incredible staff, a council that's progressive like none I've ever seen. And it's just really exciting to see it come together. And even like back when Deb and I, in the olden times, Deb and I would laugh that Menlo Park would never go first. And here we are being first in a lot of stuff. Like it didn't seem like we could be leaders, and now we actually can. And that is a very powerful, exciting, terrifying position to be in.
Yeah, and Janelle, I actually had a conversation with somebody today where I said that. I said, when I started, I felt like we were laggards, I mean, it was just painful, right? And we didn't have the same level of urgency on our council. I mean, I think the council right now, I feel is like, not to knock the old council, but I mean, I feel like we got a lot of new thinking, a lot of new people in, and that was so needed. And I think it's been really, really phenomenal to see from laggard to leader, that's pretty, in 6 or 7 years, right? So
yeah.
Yeah. Tom?
I think it can be explained, or I see it in myself. Just I've had to confront the climate problem in a way in the recent year or two, that I've never had to confront before. And so it really sharpens the focus, and it turns it into a now problem. And then, we're treating it as a now problem, and it comes across as we're hell-bent on doing something. And yeah, maybe that's hell-bent on helping the community get through this. But it is work that needs to be done. And so I'm really proud to be in this group, and that we get to work together with staff, and staff's actions really on the REACH code, that innovative approach, is what launched us into the position of being able to lead now.
Yeah,
And
really
so,
awesome.
you know, that's a great stepping stone that now we can help, and other cities are looking to see what we do and how we approach problems, and see that we're a test tube and that they can try modifications of the ingredients we use.
Yeah, and with the smoke and everything, it's so easy to get totally depressed. And if I were doing this alone, I don't know. But to be doing it with you all, I really am so grateful.
Thank you.
Maybe we'll have a good bug.
I just want to use that as a small opportunity to remind us that that we do have the vacancy fill from Rebecca Turley's move to Michigan, I believe. And so, you know, just a reminder as you're talking to people in your community to think about who could fill that vacancy. And then we know that we will have a future vacancy as Deb's term comes to an end in the spring. So, you know, I know, but as we're having this conversation, just keep that in mind because you know, we want to be thoughtful. And Tom.
Thank you for reminding us of those items. Before we leave the idea of future agenda topics, a wild thought occurred to me. And that was, we talked a bunch today about what outreach might be like. Perhaps we could agendize an item to have a community discussion of climate change in our next, you know, one of our upcoming meetings, and have it right here, and get a feel for what it's like to try to discuss the issue with Menlo Park residents and businesses, and, you know, do
I like
something.
that idea. Have we, you're suggesting having almost like a little public session, you know, where we open it up for, now, we have never done that. I don't even know if that's
an
allowed.
hour of town hall and
town hall meeting.
Yeah.
And yep.
Or a
And,
special session. It could be a special session. The EQC wants to hear from you. We're holding this, you know, there'll be a short presentation and we want your feedback, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, Rebecca, if that's even a remote possibility. We've never done that. That would be kind of cool.
These meetings are public, so, you know.
Yeah, it is. I would just need to make sure I check with Judy, the city clerk, on the policy on, you know, making sure it's aligned. That's all.
And Josie's got experience delivering a presentation that changed hearts and minds, so.
Yeah, and you know, quite frankly, I'm glad Tom brought this up now, because if that truly is a possibility, then we could hold, like, I know we meet monthly, but we could also hold a couple of different like forums. I don't know if there's a limit to the number, but the EQC wants to hear from you, and we just hold a couple, you know, maybe it's more than one or whatever, but maybe Rebecca, you could look into that and let us know, because that way we can help serve you guys and be part of your overall strategy of just another window or avenue of how we're getting in some feedback and how we could structure that.
Yeah. Each do something in our neighborhood. On the who's serving on EQC, I would love to see, although I love all of your faces, I would love to see some faces that look different from ours, you know?
And some more representation from other parts of our city too.
Yeah.
Maybe we can really try to see if we can get I don't know if we can get to recruit all around like that, or but let's be thinking about ideas of how we can get
Yeah,
the
it
word out.
feels like we have maybe a missing voice here.
I think we have a lot of people in District 2. I think, Josie, you're in District 3.
Mm-hmm.
But if we just looked at it from a district standpoint, I think, well, I guess Scott's not here, so, but Deborah, you're District 2.
What am I? I know I should know this. I'm in suburban.
No,
Park.
it's okay.
What am I again?
I don't know.
That's 2.
I'm just
Is it 2?
Drew.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, Drew is 2. Cecilia's 1.
Yeah, Drew is 2. Okay.
3
So,
is
yeah.
vacant or hasn't been voted on yet. But yeah, so I think, yeah, I think we have a strong representative, and Scott was in 2 also. So I think we had a lot of 2. And Janelle, you're in 4?
I think I'm 5. I'm not sure.
5. All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, so no matter, like to Josie's point, if it's demographics or if it's districting, we are not as diverse as we could be.
Well,
so
maybe
it's
we
really
can
good to
ask, can we
keep in mind.
ask Cynthia and Drew, and like, can we ask those, can we just kind of seek out to the city council too? Like, do you guys know people in
Yeah.
these different districts that you think would be a good candidate? And we could actively pursue going out and telling people that, you know, to join rather than
Waiting
I
for
feel
who
like
applies.
it's kind of word of mouth. I mean, it really is. So
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I think we could totally do that. If we wanted to split up the count, because we don't all naturally, like if we all talk to our council person, Drew's going to hear from like 4 people.
yeah, maybe we don't.
Nobody.
Maybe Drew's not the right person because if
No,
we don't need
actually,
more
I
people.
just reached out to him to get a call. So if he responds, I can ask him.
Okay. And then yeah, if we want to talk to, if somebody wants to talk to Ray, somebody wants to talk to Betsy, somebody wants to talk to Kat, even though I think she's not seeking another term, so she's outgoing, but she's still on the council. And then Cecilia. I'm happy to reach out to Cecilia because she was asking me about some air quality monitoring stuff before.
I think that would be great. I mean, especially we do have James from District 1, but he may not be, not that there's a typical person from any district, but you know, it might be good to get a person of color, frankly. And even better if they're from District 1, from my perspective, because so much of climate change is going to hit that district.
Yeah, I think we get asked a lot about the equity issues, and we are underrepresented from the community that is most affected by the equity issues related to climate change, because it is primarily Belhaven neighborhood, and we have 1 person from District 1.
Yeah, and it really speaks to the, you know, the issue of being deliberate and trying to seek out that person. Like we, you know, I think that I kind of like the idea of really deliberately trying to seek out somebody from District 1 who's a person of color. I mean, I would really like to, I think we need that voice. And so, and a lot of employers are doing that. This is happening all around. We have to think differently. So, you know, I don't know if we can just almost even really try to make that the main goal of our outreach or whatever, or if that's appropriate. But I think we would really be well served if we could get some more diversity on our.
I think it's totally fair. I think it's fair to say that we're concerned that we're supposed to represent the entire city of Menlo Park, and we feel like we're disproportionately representing certain neighborhoods or certain demographics, and we want to make sure that we're inclusive and, you know, seek advice and say, hey, council members or whoever community activists, like, what is the best way to go about this? And I know I had a conversation with somebody who's struggling with this at a county level, because they were looking at representation for people from different cities at the county level, and it was like the same cities were involved, and they had nobody from, like, you know, Belmont, or they had nobody from Foster City or whatever it was, and they were just like trying to find someone from that community to get involved. So I think it's great. I think let's do it. And I think we have a shortish time horizon, because I think the application I forget when it closes, but maybe we can, I'll look for it and send it out.
And we can post on Nextdoor too, right? We could actually recruit, like we could actually say, hi, I'm a fellow EQC member. We're looking for a member, and maybe target some of those neighborhoods and send it out in Nextdoor. We don't, you know, we don't have to say we're targeting. We'd really like to get a person of color. We don't have to be that explicit, but
I think it's okay to say we want to, you know, we're looking for more diversity of, you know, perspectives, and
yeah, we're looking for more diverse views and a broader representation from our city. So we would like you to consider. Yeah.
I think that's totally fair. Okay, cool.
Is it 18 or 21, or what's the minimum age? I'm just curious.
I think you have to live in Menlo Park, and you have to be, I think it's 18.
Is it 18? Okay.
That's a really good point. Youth would be good too.
Yeah.
Speaking of disproportionately impacted.
Yeah.
I'd love to get a youth on here. That would be fantastic.
It's a very good point. Okay. Are there any other agenda items that we want to talk about for the future? If not, we can adjourn our meeting at 10:05 p.m.
I'm going to bed.
Okay.
All right, everybody. Bye. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.